Some of the stuff, I don't know where he's really coming from. There's no conquest. You owe me money. End of story. Officers, you have the right to remain silent. I'm really not kidding with you. It's not a joke. Not interested. Okay.
Against a part of the continent where there was no army, or not a sufficient one to oppose them, but failing year after year in their impressions here and to the eastward and northward, they deserted their capital design and prudently contented themselves with what they can get, give a flourish of honor to conceal disgrace. But this piecemeal work is not conquering the continent. It is a discredit in them to attempt it, and in us to suffer it. It is now full time to put an end to the war of aggravations, which on one side has no possible object, and on the other has every inducement which honor, interest, safety, and happiness can inspire. If we suffer them much longer to remain among us, we shall become as bad as themselves. An association of vice will reduce us more than the sword. A nation hardened in the practice of iniquity knows better how to profit by it than a young country newly corrupted. We are not a match for them in the line of advantageous guilt, nor they for us on the principles which we bravely set out with. Our first days were our days of honor. They have marked the character of America wherever the story of her wars are told, and convinced of this, we have nothing to do but wisely and unitedly to tread the well-known track. The progress of a war is often ruinous to individuals as the issue of it is to a nation, and it is not only necessary that our forces be such that we be conquerors in the end, but that by timely exertions we be secure in the interim. The present campaign will afford an opportunity which has never presented itself before, and the preparations for it are equally necessary whether Charleston stand or fall. Suppose the first, it is in that case only a failure of the enemy, not a defeat. All the conquest that a besieged town can hope for is not to be conquered, and compelling an enemy to raise the siege is to the besieged a victory. But there must be a probability amounting almost to a certainty that would justify a garrison marching out to attack a retreat. Therefore, should Charleston not be taken and the enemy abandon the siege, every other part of the continent should prepare to meet them, and on the contrary, should it be taken, the same preparations are necessary to balance the loss and put ourselves in a position to cooperate with our allies immediately on their arrival. We are not now fighting our battles alone, as we were in 1776. England, from a malicious disposition to America, has not only not declared war against France and Spain, but the better to prosecute her
asking you. I am not asking you. We are not a team. This is not us.
here has afforded those powers no military object, and avoids them to distress us. She will suffer her West India islands to be overrun by France, and her southern settlements to be
Officer!
taken by...
Enemy flag carrier revealed.
The next step. YouTube, the next step is your changes and tell us why. You did that intentionally. Don't do that. Silent, I'm not kidding. You're in contempt right now. The first Congress just told you that. Now shut the fuck up. Now shut the fuck up. You're really about to get killed. I'm really not kidding with you. The speed of light. I will send a mob into that building and shoot every goddamn one of you. In court. I will shoot you in court. Officer, I'm not kidding. You're at my mercy right now. I suggest you fucking act like it. I'm really not kidding with you. Your presence is not okay. You broke the law. Now deal with it, dumbass. I suggest it work properly. You're not making your own recording. You don't own it. You have nothing to do with it.
Spain, rather than quit the object that gratifies her revenge. This conduct on the part of Britain has pointed out the propriety of France sending a naval and land force to cooperate with America on the spot. Their arrival cannot be very distant, nor the ravages of the enemy long. The recruiting the army and procuring the supplies are the two things most necessary to be accomplished, and the capture of either of the enemy's divisions will restore to America peace and plenty. At a crisis, big like the present, with expectations and events, the whole country is called to unanimity and exertion.
Silence!
Not an ability ought now to sleep that can produce but a might
End of
to the
story,
general good,
all of you.
nor
In
even a
rhyme,
whisper
I
to
promise
pass
you.
that militates
You
against
fucking
it.
fraud.
The necessity of the case and the importance of the
All
consequences
of you.
admit no delay from a friend, no apology from an enemy. To spare now would be the height of extravagance, and to consult present ease would be to sacrifice it perhaps forever. America, rich in patriotism and produce, can want neither men nor supplies when a serious necessity
Order of
calls them
operations, buddy.
forth. The slow operation of taxes, owing to the extensiveness of collection, and their depreciated value before they arrived in the Treasury,
In court.
have in many
Ha!
instances thrown a burden upon government which has been artfully interpreted by the enemy into a general decline throughout the country. Yet this, inconvenient as it may at first appear, is
And
not only
Alexander
remediable,
Hamilton, but all of
but
you.
may be turned to an
Force you.
immediate advantage, for it makes no real difference whether a certain number of men or company of militia, and in this country every
No.
man is a militiaman, are directed by law to send a recruit at their own expense, or whether a tax is laid on them for that purpose, and the man hired by government afterwards. The first, if there
No.
is any difference, is both cheapest and best, because it saves the expense which would attend collecting it as a tax, and brings the man sooner into the field than the modes of recruiting formerly used. And on this principle, a law has been passed in this state for recruiting 2 men from each company of militia, which will add upwards of 1,000 to the force of the country. But the flame which has broken forth in this city since the report from New York of the loss of Charleston not only does honor to the place, but, like the blaze of 1776, will kindle into action the scattered sparks throughout America. The valor of a country may be learned by the bravery of its soldiery and the general cast of its inhabitants, but confidence of success is best discovered by the active measures pursued by men of property, and when the spirit of enterprise becomes so universal as to act at once on all ranks of men, a war may then, and not till then, be styled truly popular. In 1776, the ardor of the enterprising part was considerably checked by the real revolt of some and the coolness of others. But in the present case, there is a firmness in the substance and property of the country to the public cause. An association has been entered into by the merchants, tradesmen, and principal inhabitants of the city, Philadelphia, to receive and support the
They're
new state
confused.
money
I'm
at the
really
value
gonna
of
kill
gold
you.
and
I just want
silver,
you to know
a
that.
measure which, while it does them honor, will
There's no
likewise
training here.
contribute
I'm
to their
not- we're
interest
not
by
doing this
rendering the
together.
operations of the campaign convenient and effectual.
We are not.
Nor has the spirit of exertion stopped here. A voluntary subscription is likewise begun to raise a fund of hard money to be given as bounties to fill up the full quota of the Pennsylvania line. It has been the remark of the enemy that everything in America has been done by the force of government. But when she sees individuals throwing in their voluntary aid and facilitating the public measures in concert with the established powers of the country, it will convince her that the cause of America stands not on the will of a few, but on the broad foundation of property and popularity. Thus aided and thus supported, disaffection will decline, and the withered head of tyranny expire in America. The ravages of the enemy will be short and limited, and like all their former ones, will produce a victory over themselves. Signed, Common Sense. P.S. At the time of writing this number of the crisis, the loss of Charleston, though believed by some, was more confidently disbelieved by others, but there ought to be no longer a doubt upon the matter. Charleston is gone, and I believe for the want of a sufficient supply of provisions. The man that does not now feel for the honor of the best and noblest cause that ever a country engaged in, and exert himself accordingly, is no longer worthy of a peaceable residence among a people determined to be free. Signed, C.S. End of the crisis, number 9.
Signed, C.S.
Stronghold Bravo, lost.
Enemy team scored. Your team scored.
We captured Charlie.
They have the right to remain silent. End of story. I'm not kidding with you. DC, I'm really not kidding with you. Remove yourselves now. Nope, okay, you didn't listen. You're getting killed. I'm really not kidding with you. You are pissing me off more and more. Nobody's scared of you. I don't want you around. You're frauds. Stay the fuck away from me.
Section 12 of The American Crisis by Thomas Paine. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ernst Schnell. The Crisis Extraordinary on the Subject of Taxation. Published in Philadelphia, October 4th, 1780. It is impossible to sit down and think seriously on the affairs of America, but the original principles upon which she resisted and the glow and ardor which they inspired will occur like the undefaced remembrance of a lovely scene. To trace over in imagination the purity of the cause, the voluntary sacrifices that were made to support it, and all the various turnings of the war in its defense, is at once both paying and receiving respect. The principles deserve to be remembered, and to remember them rightly is repossessing them. In this indulgence of generous recollection we become gainers by what we seem to give, and the more we bestow the richer we become. So extensively right was the ground on which America proceeded, that it not only took in every just and liberal sentiment which could impress the heart, but made it the direct interest of every class and order of men to defend the country. The war, on the part of Britain, was originally a war of covetousness. The sordid and not the splendid passions gave it being. The fertile fields and prosperous infancy of America appeared to her as mines for tributary wealth. She viewed the hive, and disregarding the industry that had enriched it, thirsted for the honey. But in the present stage of her affairs, the violence of temper is added to the rage of avarice, and therefore that which at the first setting out proceeded from purity of principle and public interest, is now heightened by all the obligations of necessity, for it requires but little knowledge of human nature to discern what would be the consequence, were America again reduced to the subjection of Britain. Uncontrolled power in the hands of an incensed, imperious, and rapacious conqueror is an engine of dreadful execution, and woe be to that country over which it can be exercised. The names of Whig and Tory would then be sunk in the general term of rebel, and the oppression, whatever it might be, would, with very few instances of exception, light equally on all. Britain did not go to war with America for the sake of dominion, because she was then in possession. Neither was it for the extension of trade and commerce, because she had monopolized the whole, and the country had yielded to it. Neither was it to extinguish what she might call rebellion, because before she began no resistance existed. it could then be from no other motive than avarice, or a design of establishing in the first instance the same taxes in America as are paid in England, which, as I shall presently show, are above 11 times heavier than the taxes we now pay for the present year 1780, or in the second instance to confiscate the whole property of America, in case of resistance and conquest of the latter, of which she had then no doubt. I shall now proceed to show what the taxes in England are, and what the yearly expense of the present war is to her, what the taxes of this country amount to, and what the annual expense of defending it effectually will be to us, and shall endeavor concisely to point out the cause of our difficulties, and the advantages on one side and the consequences on the other, in case we do or do not put ourselves in an effectual state of defense. I mean to be open, candid, and sincere. I see a universal wish to expel the enemy from the country, a murmuring because the war is not carried on with more vigor, and my intention is to show, as shortly as possible, both the reason and the remedy. The number of souls in England, exclusive of Scotland and Ireland, is 7 millions. Footnote: this is taking the highest number that the people of England have been or can be rated at. End footnote. And the number of souls in America is 3 millions. The amount of taxes in England, exclusive of Scotland and Ireland, was, before the present war commenced, 11,642,653 pounds sterling, which on an average is no less a sum than £1 13 shillings and 3 pence sterling per head per annum, men, women, and children, besides county taxes, taxes for the support of the poor, and a tenth of all the produce of the earth for the support of the bishops and clergy. Footnote: the following is taken from Dr. Price's State of the Taxes in England. An account of the money drawn from the public by taxes annually being the medium of 3 years before the year 1776. Amount of customs in England, £2,528,275. Amount of the excise in England, £4,649,892. Land tax at 3 shillings, £1,300,000. Land tax at 1 shilling in the pound, £450,000. Salt duties, £218,739. Duties on stamps, cards, dice, advertisements, bonds, leases, indentures, newspapers, almanacs, etc., £280,788. Duties on houses and windows, £385,369. Post office, seizures, wine licenses, hackney coaches, etc., £250,000.
This is your
Annual
debt
profits
right
from
now,
lotteries,
Peter.
£150,000.
It's your debt.
Expense of collecting the excise in England, £297,887.
Now.
Expense of collecting the customs in England, £468,703. Interest of loans on the land tax at 4 shillings, expenses of collection, militia, etc., £250,000. Perquisites, etc., to custom house officers, etc., supposed £250,000. Expense of collecting the salt duties in England,
No, you're not.
10.5%, £27,000.
Not interested.
Bounties on fish
Not
exported,
interested in this.
£18,000.
Not interested in that.
Expense on collecting the duties on stamps, cards, advertisements, etc., at 5.25%, £18,000. Total, £11,642,653.
Not interested. Not interested.
End
not
footnote.
Interested, not interested.
Nearly 5 millions of this sum went annually to pay the interest of the national debt contracted by former wars, and the remaining sum of £6,642,600 was applied to defray the yearly expense of government, the peace establishment of the army and navy, placement, pensioners, etc. Consequently, the whole of the enormous taxes being thus appropriated, she had nothing to spare out of them towards defraying the expenses of the present war or any other. Yet, had she not been in debt at the beginning of the war, as we were not, and like us had only a land and not a naval war to carry on, her then revenue of 11 millions and half pounds sterling would have defrayed all her annual expenses of war and government within each year. But this not being the case with her, she is obliged to borrow about 10 millions pounds sterling yearly to prosecute the war that she is now engaged in. This year she borrowed 12, and lay on new taxes to discharge the interest. Allowing that the present war has cost her only 50 million sterling, the interest thereon at 5% will be 2 millions and a half. Therefore the amount of her taxes now must be 14 millions, which on an average is no less than 40 shillings sterling per head, men, women and children throughout the nation. Now as this expense of 50 millions was borrowed on the hopes of conquering America, and as it was avarice which first induced her to commence the war, how truly wretched and deplorable would the condition of this country be, were she, by her own remissness, to suffer an enemy of such a disposition, and so circumstanced to reduce her to subjection. I now proceed to the revenues of America. I have already stated the number of souls in America to be 3 millions, and by a calculation that I have made, which I have every reason to believe is sufficiently correct, the whole expense of the war and the support of the several governments may be defrayed for 2 million pounds sterling annually, which on an average is 13 shillings and 4 pence per head, men, women and children, and the peace establishment at the end of the war will be but 750,000 or 5 shillings sterling per head. Now, throwing out of the question everything of honor, principle, happiness, freedom and reputation in the world, and taking it up on the simple ground of interest, I put the following case. Suppose Britain was to conquer America, and as a conqueror was to lay her under no other conditions than to pay the same proportion towards her annual revenue which the people of England pay, our share in that case would be 6 million pounds sterling yearly. Can it then be a question whether it is best to raise 2 millions to defend the country, and govern it ourselves, and only 750,000 afterwards, or pay 6 millions to have it conquered and let the enemy govern it? Can it be supposed that conquerors would choose to put themselves in a worse condition than what they granted to the conquered? In England, the tax on rum is 5 shillings and 1 penny sterling per gallon, which is 1 silver dollar and 14 coppers. Now, would it not be laughable to imagine that after the expense they have been at, they would let either Whig or Tory drink it cheaper than themselves? Coffee, which is so inconsiderable an article of consumption and support here, is there loaded with a duty which makes the price between 5 and 6 shillings per pound, and a penalty of 50 pounds sterling on any person detected in roasting it in his own house. There is scarcely a necessary of life that you can eat, drink, wear, or enjoy that is not there loaded with a tax. Even the light from heaven is only permitted to shine into their dwellings by paying 18 pence sterling per window annually, and the humblest drink of life, small beer, cannot there be purchased without a tax of nearly 2 coppers per gallon, besides a heavy tax upon the malt, and another on the hops before it is brewed, exclusive of a land tax on the earth which produces them. In short, the condition of that country in point of taxation is so oppressive, the number of her poor so great, and the extravagance and rapaciousness of the courts so enormous, that, were they to effect a conquest of America, it is then only that the distresses of America would begin. Neither would it signify anything to a man whether he be Whig or Tory. The people of England and the ministry of that country know us by no such distinctions. What they want is clear, solid revenue, and the modes which they would take to procure it would operate alike on all. Their manner of reasoning would be short, because they would naturally infer that if we were able to carry on a war of 5 or 6 years against them, we were able to pay the same taxes which they do. I have already stated that the expense of conducting the present war and the government of the several states may be done for 2 millions sterling, and the establishment in the time of peace for 750,000. Footnote: I have made the calculations in sterling because it is a rate generally known in all the states, and because likewise it admits of an easy comparison between our expenses to support the war and those of the enemy. 4 silver dollars and a half is 1 pound sterling and 3 pence over. End footnote. As to navy matters, they flourish so well and are so well attended to by individuals that I think it consistent on every principle of real use and economy to turn the navy into hard money, keeping only 3 or 4 packets, and apply it to the service of the army. We shall not have a ship the less, the use of them and the benefit from them will be greatly increased, and their expense saved. We are now allied with a formidable naval power, from whom we derive the assistance of a navy. and the line in which we can prosecute the war so as to reduce the common enemy and benefit the alliance most effectually will be by attending closely to the land service. I estimate the charge of keeping up and maintaining an army, officering them, and all expenses included, sufficient for the defense of the country to be equal to the expense of 40,000 men at £30 sterling per head, which is £1,200,000. I likewise allow £400,000 for continental expenses at home and abroad, and £400,000 for the support of the several state governments. The amount will then be, for the army, £1,200,000, continental expenses at home and abroad, £400,000, government of the several states, £400,000, total £2 million. I take the proportion of this state, Pennsylvania, to be an eighth part of the 13 United States. The quota then for us to raise will be £250,000 sterling, 200,000 of which will be our share for the support and pay of the army and continental expenses at home and abroad, and £50,000 for the support of the state government. In order to gain an idea of the proportion in which the raising such a sum will fall, I make the following calculation. Pennsylvania contains 375,000 inhabitants, men, women, and children, which is likewise an eighth of the number of inhabitants of the whole United States. Therefore £250,000 sterling to be raised among 375,000 persons is, on an average, 13 shillings and 4 pence per head per annum, or something more than 1 shilling sterling per month. And our proportion of £750,000 for the government of the country in time of peace will be £93,750 sterling, 50,000 of which will be for the government expenses of the state, and £43,750 for continental expenses at home and abroad. The peace establishment then will, on an average, be 5 shillings sterling per head. Whereas, was England now to stop and the war to cease, her peace establishment would continue the same as it is now, viz. 30 shillings per head. Therefore, was our taxes necessary for carrying on the war as much per head as hers now is, and the difference to be only whether we should at the end of the war pay at the rate of 5 shillings per head or 40 shillings per head, the case needs no thinking of. But as we can securely defend and keep the country for 1/3 less than what our burden would be if it was conquered, and support the governments afterwards for 1/8 of what Britain would levy on us, and could I find a miser, whose heart never felt the emotion of a spark of principle, even that man, uninfluenced by every love but the love of money, and capable of no attachment but to his interest, would and must, from the frugality which governs him, contribute to the defense of the country, or he ceases to be a miser and becomes an idiot. But when we take in with it everything that can ornament mankind, when the line of our interest becomes the line of our happiness, when all that can cheer and animate the heart, when a sense of honor, fame, character, at home and abroad, are interwoven not only with the security but the increase of property, there exists not a man in America, unless he be an hired emissary, who does not see that his good is connected with keeping up a sufficient defense. I do not imagine that an instance can be produced in the world of a country putting herself to such an amazing charge to conquer and enslave another as Britain has done. The sum is too great for her to think of with any tolerable degree of temper, and when we consider the burden she sustains, as well as the disposition she has shown, it would be the height of folly in us to suppose that she would not reimburse herself by the most rapid means, had she America once more within her power. With such an oppression of expense, what would an empty conquest be to her? What relief under such circumstances could she derive from a victory without a prize? It was money, it was revenue she first went to war for, and nothing but that would satisfy her. It is not the nature of avarice to be satisfied with anything else. Every passion that acts upon mankind has a peculiar mode of operation. Many of them are temporary and fluctuating. They admit of cessation and variety. But avarice is a fixed, uniform passion. It neither abates of its vigor nor changes its object, and the reason why it does not is founded in the nature of things, for wealth has not a rival where avarice is a ruling passion. One beauty may excel another, and extinguish from the mind of man the pictured remembrance of a former one, but wealth is the phoenix of avarice, and therefore it cannot seek a new object because there is not another in the world. I now pass on to show the value of the present taxes and compare them with the annual expense, but this I shall preface with a few explanatory remarks. There are two distinct things which make the payment of taxes difficult. The one is the large and real value of the sum to be paid, and the other is the scarcity of the thing in which the payment is to be made, and although these appear to be one and the same, they are in several instances right only different, but the difficulty springs from different causes. Suppose a tax to be laid equal to 1/2 of what a man's yearly income is, such a tax could not be paid, because the property could not be spared, and on the other hand, suppose a very trifling tax was laid to be collected in pearls, such a tax likewise could not be paid, because they could not be had. Now any person may see that these are distinct cases, and the latter of them is a representation of our own. That the difficulty cannot proceed from the former, that is, from the real value.
Okay, so you can't see it. I just showed them that they have the right to remain silent, and then that's their own opinion. From the original founding fathers who wrote it, you have the right to remain silent. You are not getting out of this. From the original spirit,
or weight of the tax is evident at the first view to any person who will consider it. The amount of the quota of taxes for this state for the year 1780, and so in proportion for every other state, is $20 millions, which at 70 for 1 is but £64,280 3 shillings sterling, and on average is no more than 3 shillings and 5 pence sterling per head per annum per man, woman, and child, or 3 pence 2/5 per head per month. Now here is a clear positive fact that cannot be contradicted, and which proves that the difficulty cannot be in the weight of the tax, for in itself it is a trifle,
do I need
and
to go out
far
there
from
and
being
kill him,
adequate to our
Thomas?
quota of the expense
Thomas, do I need to go out there and kill him? Is that what it's going to take? That's a legitimate question. Do I need to go out there and kill him?
of the war. The quit rents on 1 penny sterling per acre on only 1/2 of the state come to upwards of £50,000, which is almost as much as all the taxes of the present year, and as those quit rents made no part of the taxes then paid, and are now discontinued, the quantity of money drawn for public service this year, exclusive of the militia fines, which I shall take notice of in the process of this work, is less than what was paid and payable in any year preceding the Revolution, and since the last war. What I mean is, that the quit rents and taxes taken together came to a larger sum then than the present taxes without the quit rents do now. My intention by these arguments and calculations is to place the difficulty to the right cause, and show that it does not proceed from the weight or worth of the tax, but from the scarcity of the medium in which it is paid. And to illustrate this point still further, I shall now show that if the tax of $20 millions was of 4 times the real value it now is, or nearly so, which would be about £250,000 sterling, and would be our full quota, this sum would have been raised with more ease, and have been less felt, than the present sum of only £64,280. The convenience or inconvenience of paying a tax in money arises from the quantity of money that can be spared out of trade. When the emissions stopped, the continent was left in possession of $200 millions, perhaps as equally dispersed as it was possible for trade to do
money. You hear him?
and as no more was to be issued, the rise or fall of prices could neither increase nor diminish the quantity. It therefore remained the same through all the fluctuations of trade and exchange. Now had the exchange stood at 20 for 1, which was the rate Congress calculated upon when they arranged the quota of the several states, the latter end of last year, trade would have been carried on for nearly 4 times less money than it is now, and consequently the 20 millions would have been spared with much greater ease, and when collected would have been of almost 4 times the value that they now are. and on the other hand, was the depreciation to be 90 or 100 for 1, the quantity required for trade would be more than at 60 or 70 for 1.
Trade magic cards?
And though the value of them would be less, the difficulty of sparing the money out of trade would be greater. And on these facts and arguments I rest the matter, to prove that it is not the want of property, but the scarcity of the medium by which the proportion of property for taxation is to be measured out, that makes the embarrassment which we lie under. There is not money enough, and what is equally as true, the people will not let there be money enough. While I am on the subject of the currency, I shall offer one remark which will appear true to everybody and can be accounted for by nobody, which is, that the better the times were, the worse the money grew, and the worse the times were, the better the money stood. It never depreciated by any advantage obtained by the enemy. The troubles of 17...
Okay, I'm gonna stop that. I'm listening to him. So, the more money there was, the better the town looked. First of all, that money is like an illusion. It's like a status? Like, oh, a motivational status? I don't understand that. I have no money, I can still clean up after myself, you know what I mean? Like... That doesn't make sense to me.
76 and the loss of Philadelphia in 1777 made no sensible impression on it, and everyone knows that the surrender of Charleston did
Don't quote me too hard there. Don't quote me too much.
not produce the least alteration in the rate of exchange, which for long before, and for more than 3 months after, stood at 60 for 1. It seems as if the certainty of its being our own made us careless of its value, and that the most distant thoughts of losing it made us hug it closer, like something we were loth to part with, or that we depreciated for our pastime, which, when called to seriousness by the enemy, we leave off to renew again at our leisure. In short, our good luck seems to break us, and our bad makes us whole. Passing on from this digression, I shall now endeavor to bring into one view the several parts which I have already stated, and form thereon some propositions, and conclude. I have placed before the reader the average tax per head paid by the people of England, which is 40 shillings sterling, and I have shown the rate on an average per head, which will defray all the expenses of the war to us, and support the several governments without running the country into debt, which is 13 shillings and 4 pence. I have shown what the peace establishment may be conducted for, viz., an eighth part of what it would be if under the government of Britain. And I have likewise shown what the average per head of the present taxes is, namely 3 shillings and 5 pence sterling, or 3 pence 2/5 per month, and that their whole yearly value in sterling is only £64,280, whereas our quota, to keep the payments equal with the expenses, is £250,000. Consequently, there is a deficiency of £185,720, and the same proportion of defect, according to the several quotas, happens in every other state. And this defect is the cause why the army has been so indifferently fed, clothed, and paid. It is the cause, likewise, of the nerveless state of the campaign and the insecurity of the country. Now, if a tax equal to 13 and 4 pence per head will remove all these difficulties, and make people secure in their homes, leave them to follow the business of their stores and farms unmolested, and not only drive out, but keep out the enemy from the country, and if the neglect of raising this sum will let them in, and produce the evils which might be prevented, on which side, I ask, does the wisdom, interest, and policy lie? Or rather, would it not be an insult to reason to put the question, the sum, when proportioned out according to the several abilities of the people, can hurt no one, but an inroad from the enemy ruins hundreds of families.
As you talk and read this, I've noticed that they are the people around me are basically trying to write it without my knowledge. They're being subliminal to you over time. Now that I look back and see what they're doing.
Look at the destruction done in this city, Philadelphia.
I can tell by
The many houses totally destroyed and others damaged. The waste of fences in the country round it, besides the plunder of furniture, forage, and provisions. I do not suppose that 500,000 sterling would reinstate the sufferers. And does this, I ask, bear any proportion to the expense that would make us secure? The damage on an average is at least £10 sterling per head, which is as much as 13 shillings and 4 pence per head comes to for 15 years. The same has happened on the frontiers and in the Jerseys, New York, and other places where the enemy has been. Carolina and Georgia are likewise suffering the same fate. That the people generally do not understand the insufficiency of the taxes to carry on the war is evident, not only from the common observation, but from the construction of several petitions which were presented to the Assembly of this State against the recommendation of Congress on the 18th of March last, for taking up and funding the present currency at 40 to 1, and issuing new money in its stead. The prayer of the petition was that the currency might be appreciated by taxes, meaning the present taxes, and that part of the taxes be applied to the support of the army, if the army could not be otherwise supported. Now it could not have been possible for such a petition to have been presented had the petitioners known that so far from part of the taxes being sufficient for the support of the whole of them, falls 3/4 short of the year's expenses. Before I proceed to propose methods by which a sufficiency of money may be raised, I shall take a short view of the general state of the country. Notwithstanding the weight of the war, the ravages of the enemy, and the obstructions she has thrown in the way of trade and commerce, so soon does a young country outgrow misfortune that America has already surmounted many that heavily oppressed her. For the first year or two of the war we were shut up within our ports, scarce venturing to look towards the ocean. Now our rivers are beautified with large and valuable vessels, our stores filled with merchandise, and the produce of the country has a ready market and an advantageous price. Gold and silver, that for a while seemed to have retreated again within the bowels of the earth, have once more risen into circulation, and every day adds new strength to trade, commerce, and agriculture. In a pamphlet written by Sir John Dalrymple and dispersed in America in the year 1775, he asserted that 2 20-gun ships, nay, says he, tenders of those ships, stationed between Albemarle Sound and Chesapeake Bay, would shut up the trade of America for 600 miles. How little did Sir John Dalrymple know of the abilities of America! While under the government of Britain, the trade of this country was loaded with restrictions. It was only a few foreign ports which we were allowed to sail to. Now it is otherwise, and allowing that the quantity of trade is but half what it was before the war, the case must show the vast advantage of an open trade, because the present quantity under her restrictions could not support itself.
If I've learned anything, and I'm going to use women as an example, if a woman is willing to, I don't know the specific. If a woman is willing to do harm to another man, she is willing to do it to you. Trade is in half. Is that what you said? After the war? Again, the war. If they're willing to do it to someone else, they are willing to do it to you.
From which I infer that if half the quantity without the restrictions can bear itself up nearly, if not quite as well as the whole when subject to them, how prosperous must the condition of America be when the whole shall return open with all the world. By the trade I do not mean the employment of a merchant only, but the whole interest and business of the country taken collectively. It is not so much my intention by this publication to propose particular plans for raising money, as it is to show the necessity and the advantages to be derived from it. My principal design is to form the disposition of the people to the measures which I am fully persuaded it is their interest and duty to adopt, and which need no further force to accomplish them than the force of being felt. But as every hint may be useful, I shall throw out a sketch, and leave others to make such improvements upon it as to them may appear reasonable. The annual sum wanted is 2 millions, and the average rate in which it falls is 13 shillings and 4 pence per head. Suppose, then, that we raise half the sum and £60,000 over. The average rate thereof will be 7 shillings per head. In this case we shall have half the supply that we want, and an annual fund of £60,000 whereon to borrow the other million. Because £60,000 is the interest of a million at 6%, and if at the end of another year we should be obliged, by the continuance of the war, to borrow another million, the taxes will be increased to 7 shillings and 6 pence, and thus for every million borrowed an additional tax equal to 6 pence per head must be levied. The sum to be raised next year will be £1,060,000, one half of which I would propose should be raised by duties on imported goods and prize goods, and the other half by a tax on landed property and houses, or such other means as each state may devise. But as the duties on imports and prize goods must be the same in all the states, therefore the rate per cent, or what other form the duty shall be laid, must be ascertained and regulated by Congress, and ingrafted in that form into the law of each state, and the moneys arising therefrom carried into the treasury of each state. The duties to be paid in gold or silver. There are many reasons why a duty on imports is the most convenient duty or tax that can be collected. One of which is, because the whole is payable in a few places in a country, and it likewise operates with the greatest ease and equality, because as every one pays in proportion to what he consumes, so people in general consume in proportion to what they can afford.
I'm gonna stop right there. I have a thought. Like, I don't like the free books, the audio. I see the difference. Like, when I read something, the words, the written words on the paper are gonna stand out over an audio book. It's like a lecture in a class. Like, when the teacher's lecturing, you zone out and you don't pay attention as much. Like, there's definitely a difference. I don't like the free.
If they want that hill, they'll have to go through us.
And that's for all of them. It doesn't sit well. I mean, that's why I'm choosing authors that have already passed away. It just seems the right thing to do on that, but still, it didn't sit well.
And therefore the tax is regulated by the abilities which every man supposes himself to have, and in other words, every man becomes his own assessor, and pays by a little at a time, when it suits him to buy. Besides, it is a tax which people may pay or let alone by not consuming the articles, and though the alternative may have no influence on their conduct, the power of choosing is an agreeable thing to the mind.
No.
For my own part, it would be a satisfaction to me was there a duty on all sorts of liquors during the war, as in my idea of things it would be an addition to the pleasures of society to know that when the health of the army goes round, a few drops from every glass becomes theirs. How often have I heard an emphatical wish, almost accompanied by a tear, "Oh, that our poor fellows in the field had some of this!" Why then need we suffer under a fruitless sympathy, when there is a way to enjoy both the wish and the entertainment at once? But the great national policy of putting a duty upon imports is, that it either keeps the foreign trade in our own hands, or draws something for the defense of the country from every foreigner who participates in it with us. Thus much for the first half of the taxes, and as each state will best devise means to raise the other half, I shall confine my remarks to the resources of this state. The quota, then, of this state of £1,060,000 will be £133,250, the half of which is £66,625, and supposing 1/4 part of Pennsylvania inhabited, then a tax of 1 bushel of wheat on every 20 acres of land, one with another, would produce the sum and all the present taxes to cease. Whereas the tithes of the bishops and clergy in England, exclusive of the taxes, are upwards of 1/2 bushel of wheat on every single acre of land, good or bad, throughout the nation. In the former part of this paper I mentioned the militia fines, but reserved speaking of the matter, which I shall now do. The ground I shall put it upon is, that 2 million sterling a year will support a sufficient army and all the expenses of war and government, without having recourse to the inconvenient method of continually calling men from their employments, which of all others is the most expensive and the least substantial. I consider the revenues created by taxes as the first and principal thing, and fines only as secondary and accidental things. It was not the intention of the militia law to apply the fines to anything else but the support of the militia.
What the fuck was
Neither
that?
do they
Like
produce
mid-jump,
any
you go
revenue
up
to
in
the
air?
state, yet these fines amount to more than all the taxes.
What was
For
that?
taking the muster roll to be 60,000 men, the fine on 40,000 who may not attend will be 60,000 pounds sterling, and those who muster will give up a portion of time equal to half that sum, and if the 8 classes should be called within the year, and 1/3 turn out, the fine on the remaining 40,000 would amount to 72 millions of dollars, besides the 15 shillings on every 100 pounds of property, and the charge of 7.5% for collecting in certain instances, which, on the whole, would be upwards of 250,000 pounds sterling. Now if those very fines disable the country from raising a sufficient revenue without producing an equivalent advantage, would it not be for the ease and interest of all parties to increase the revenue in the manner I have proposed, or any better, if a better can be devised, and cease the operation of the fines? I would still keep the militia as an organized body of men, and should there be a real necessity to call them forth, pay them out of the proper revenues of the state, and increase the taxes 1/3 or 4% on those who do not attend. My limits will not allow me to go further into this matter, which I shall therefore close with this remark, that fines are, of all modes of revenue, the most unsuited to the minds of a free country. When a man pays a tax, he knows that the public necessity requires it, and therefore feels a pride in discharging his duty. But a fine seems an atonement for neglect of duty, and of consequence is paid with discredit and frequently levied with severity. I have now only one subject more to speak of, with which I shall conclude, which is the resolve of Congress of the 18th of March last for taking up and funding the present currency at 40 for 1 and issuing new money in its stead. Every one knows that I am not a flatterer of Congress, but in this instance they are right, and if that measure is supported the currency will acquire a value which, without it, it will not. But this is not all. It will give relief to the finances until such time as they can be properly arranged, and save the country from being immediately double taxed under the present mode. In short, support that measure, and it will support you. I have now waded through a tedious course of difficult business, and over an untrodden path. The subject on every point in which it could be viewed was entangled with perplexities, and enveloped in obscurity, yet such are the resources of America that she wants nothing but system to secure success. Signed, Common Sense, Philadelphia, October 4th, 1780.
Comment, oh goob.
End of The Crisis Extraordinary on the Subject of Taxation by Thomas Paine. Recording by Ernst Schnell.
Thought that moment. Who would have thought? Alright, hold on. That's what I'm talking about. I guess my nickname's Common Sense.
Hill control.
I guess my superhero name, as far as they're concerned. You guys, I'm not kidding with you at all. At all. That headshot, oh, your little head, your cup head. No, I don't care what I say on camera. It doesn't matter to me. Fuck you. I don't care at all. You broke the law. You're still breaking the law. I'll go out into the woods. Don't matter to me. Who you fighting?
Hill control. The hill.
Section 13 of The American Crisis by Thomas Paine. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bruce Kachuk. The Crisis, number 10. Published Philadelphia, March 5th, 1782. On the King of England's Speech. Of all the innocent passions which actuate the human mind, there is none more universally prevalent than curiosity. It reaches all mankind, and in matters which concern us, or concern us not, it alike provokes in us a desire to know them. Although the situation of America, superior to every effort to enslave her, and daily rising to importance and opulence, has placed her above the region of anxiety, it has still left her within the circle of curiosity, and her fancy to see the speech of a man who had proudly threatened to bring her to his feet was visibly marked with that tranquil confidence which cared nothing about its contents. It was inquired after with a smile, read with a laugh, and dismissed with disdain. But as justice is due even to an enemy, it is right to say that the speech is as well managed as the embarrassed condition of their affairs could well admit of. And though hardly a line of it is true, except the mournful story of Cornwallis, it may serve to amuse the deluded commons and people of England for whom it was calculated. Quote, "The war," says the speech, "is still unhappily prolonged by that restless ambition which first excited our enemies to commence it, and which still continues to disappoint my earnest wishes and diligent exertions to restore the public tranquillity." End quote. How easy it is to abuse truth and language when men, by habitual wickedness, have learned to set justice at defiance. That the very man who began the war, who with the most sullen insolence refused to answer, and even to hear the humblest of all petitions, who has encouraged his officers and his army in the most savage cruelties and the most scandalous plunderings, who has stirred up the Indians on one side and the Negroes on the other, and invoked every aid of hell in his behalf, should now, with an affected air of pity, turn the tables from himself and charge to another the wickedness that is his own, can only be equaled by the baseness of the heart that spoke it. To be nobly wrong is more manly than to be meanly right, is an expression I once used on a former occasion, and it is equally applicable now. We feel something like respect for consistency, even in error. We lament the virtue that is debauched into a vice, but the vice that affects the virtue becomes the more detestable, and amongst the various assumptions of character, which hypocrisy has taught, and men have practiced, there is none that raises a higher relish of disgust than to see disappointed inveteracy twisting itself, by the most visible falsehoods, into an appearance of piety, which it has no pretensions to. Quote, "But I should not," continues the speech, "answer the trust committed to the sovereign of a free people, nor make a suitable return to my subjects for their constant, zealous, and affectionate attachment to my person, family, and government, if I consented to sacrifice, either to my own desire of peace, or to their temporary ease and relief, those essential rights and permanent interests, upon the maintenance and preservation of which the future strength and security of this country must principally depend." End quote. That the man whose ignorance and obstinacy first involved and still continues the nation in the most hopeless and expensive of all wars should now meanly flatter them with the name of a free people, and make a merit of his crime, under the disguise of their essential rights and permanent interests, is something which disgraces even the character of perverseness. Is he afraid they will send him to Hanover, or what does he fear? Why is the sycophant thus added to the hypocrite, and the man who pretends to govern sunk into the humble and submissive memorialist? What those essential rights and permanent interests are, on which the future strength and security of England must principally depend, are not so much alluded to. They are words which impress nothing but the ear, and are calculated only for the sound. But if they have any reference to America, then do they amount to the disgraceful confession that England, who once assumed to be her protectress, has now become her dependent. The British king and ministry are constantly holding up the vast importance which America is of to England, in order to allure the nation to carry on the war. Now, whatever ground there is for this idea, it ought to have operated as a reason for not beginning it, and therefore they support their present measures to their own disgrace, because the arguments which they now use are a direct reflection on their former policy. Quote, "The favorable appearance of affairs," continues the speech, "in the East Indies, and the safe arrival of the numerous commercial fleets of my kingdom must have given you satisfaction." End quote. That things are not quite so bad everywhere as in America may be some cause of consolation, but can be none for triumph. One broken leg is better than two, but still it is not a source of joy. And let the appearance of affairs in the East Indies be ever so favorable, they are nevertheless worse than at first, without a prospect of their ever being better. But the mournful story of Cornwallis was yet to be told, and it was necessary to give it the softest introduction possible. Quote, "But in the course of this year," continues the speech, "my assiduous endeavors to guard the extensive dominions of my crown have not been attended with success equal to the justice and uprightness of my views." End quote. What justice and uprightness there was in beginning a war with America, the world will judge of, and the unequaled barbarity with which it has been conducted is not to be worn from the memory by the cant of snivelling hypocrisy. Quote, "And it is with great concern that I inform you that the events of war have been very unfortunate to my arms in Virginia, having ended in the loss of my forces in that province." End quote. And our great concern is that they are not all served in the same manner. Quote, "No endeavors have been wanted on my part," says the speech, "to extinguish that spirit of rebellion which our enemies have found means to foment and maintain in the colonies, and to restore to my deluded subjects in America that happy and prosperous condition which they formerly derived from a due obedience to the laws." End quote. The expression of deluded subjects is become so hackneyed and contemptible, and the more so when we see them making prisoners of whole armies at a time, that the pride of not being laughed at would induce a man of common sense to leave it off. But the most offensive falsehood in the paragraph is the attributing the prosperity of America to a wrong cause. It was the unremitted industry of the settlers and their descendants, the hard labor and toil of persevering fortitude, that were the true causes of the prosperity of America. The former tyranny of England served to people it, and the virtue of the adventurers to improve it. Ask the man who, with his axe, has cleared a way in the wilderness, and now possesses an estate, what made him rich, and he will tell you the labor of his hands, the sweat of his brow, and the blessing of heaven. Let Britain but leave America to herself, and she asks no more. She has risen into greatness without the knowledge and against the will of England, and has a right to the unmolested enjoyment of her own created wealth. Quote, "I will order," says the speech, "the estimates of the ensuing year to be laid before you. I rely on your wisdom and public spirit for such supplies as the circumstances of our affairs shall be found to require. Among the many ill consequences which attend the continuation of the present war, I most sincerely regret the additional burdens which it must unavoidably bring upon my faithful subjects." End quote. It is strange that a nation must run through such a labyrinth of trouble and expend such a mass of wealth to gain the wisdom which an hour's reflection might have taught. The final superiority of America over every attempt that an island might make to conquer her was as naturally marked in the constitution of things as the future ability of a giant over a dwarf is delineated in his features while an infant. How far Providence, to accomplish purposes which no human wisdom could foresee, permitted such extraordinary errors is still a secret in the womb of time, and must remain so till futurity shall give it birth. Quote, "In the prosecution of this great and important contest," says the speech, "in which we are engaged, I retain a firm confidence in the protection of divine providence, and a perfect conviction in the justice of my cause, and I have no doubt but that by the concurrence and support of my Parliament, by the valor of my fleets and armies, and by a vigorous, animated, and united exertion of the faculties and resources of my people, I shall be enabled to restore the blessings of a safe and honorable peace to all my dominions." End quote. The King of England is one of the readiest believers in the world. In the beginning of the contest he passed an act to put America out of the protection of the Crown of England, and though Providence, for 7 years together, has put him out of her protection, still the man has no doubt. Like Pharaoh on the edge of the Red Sea, he sees not the plunge he is making, and precipitately drives across the flood that is closing over his head. I think it is a reasonable supposition that this part of the speech was composed before the arrival of the news of the capture of Cornwallis, for it certainly has no relation to their condition at the time it was spoken. But, be this as it may, it is nothing to us. Our line is fixed, our lot is cast, and America, the child of fate, is arriving at maturity. We have nothing to do but by a spirited and quick exertion to stand prepared for war or peace. Too great to yield, and too noble to insult, superior to misfortune, and generous in success, let us untaintedly preserve the character which we have gained, and show to future ages an example of unequaled magnanimity. There is something in the cause and consequence of America that has drawn on her the attention of all mankind. The world has seen her brave, her love of liberty, her ardor in supporting it, the justice of her claims, and the constancy of her fortitude have won her the esteem of Europe, and attached to her interest the first power in that country. Her situation now is such that to whatever point, past, present, or to come, she casts her eyes, new matter rises to convince her that she is right. In her conduct towards the enemy, no reproachful sentiment lurks in secret, no sense of injustice is left upon the mind. Untainted with ambition, and a stranger to revenge, her progress has been marked by Providence, and she, in every stage of the conflict, has blessed her with success.
I'm gonna stop you right there. That guy should have not ran that way. He should have went ahead and crossed the line and cut the flag off. He shouldn't have done that. He was going after the flag, and it's like, he's already passed, man. You're trying to catch up to him. You need to get in front of him. You need to anticipate him on the run. Furthermore, Thomas, I just want you to know I'm not eating right now, so I can listen to you. So I can hear the words that you wrote.
But let not America wrap herself up in delusive hope and suppose the business done. The least remissness in preparation, the least relaxation in execution, will only serve to prolong the war and increase expenses. If our enemies can draw consolation from misfortune and exert themselves upon despair, how much more ought we, who are to win a continent by the conquest and have already an earnest of success? Having in the preceding part made my remarks on the several matters which the speech contains, I shall now make my remarks on what it does not contain. There is not a syllable in it respecting alliances. Either the injustice of Britain is too glaring, or her condition too desperate, or both, for any neighboring power to come to her support. In the beginning of the contest, when she had only America to contend with, she hired assistance from Hesse and other small states of Germany, and for nearly 3 years did America, young, raw, undisciplined, and unprovided, stand against the power of Britain, aided by 20,000 foreign troops, and made a complete conquest of one entire...
He's talking about you guys. You're not trying. You're trying to do some fake horse balance. The dark horse. It's fake. You're a fraud. It's evident. I never had any help. I had to do everything myself. I had to kill 5 fucking dudes to get to the other side. It's evident.
Our army. The remembrance of those things ought to inspire us with confidence and greatness of mind, and carry us through every remaining difficulty with content and cheerfulness. What are the little sufferings of the present day compared with the hardships that are past? There was a time when we had neither house nor home in safety, when every hour was the hour of alarm and danger, when the mind, tortured with anxiety, knew no repose, and everything but hope and fortitude was bidding us farewell. It is of use to look back upon these things, to call to mind the times of trouble and the scenes of complicated anguish that are past and gone. Then every expense was cheap, compared with the dread of conquest and the misery of submission. We did not stand debating upon trifles, or contending about the necessary and unavoidable charges of defense. Every one bore his lot of suffering, and looked forward to happier days and scenes of rest. Perhaps one of the greatest dangers which any country can be exposed to arises from a kind of trifling, which sometimes steals upon the mind when it supposes the danger past. And this unsafe situation marks at this time the peculiar crisis of America. What would she once have given to have known that her condition at this day should be what it now is? And yet we do not seem to place a proper value upon it, nor vigorously pursue the necessary measures to secure it. We know that we cannot be defended, nor yet defend ourselves, without trouble and expense. We have no right to expect it, neither ought we to look for it. We are a people who, in our situation, differ from all the world. We form one common floor of public good, and whatever is our charge, it is paid for our own interest and upon our own account. Misfortune and experience have now taught us system and method, and the arrangements for carrying on the war are reduced to rule and order.
I'm literally setting them up for victory right here, like in every possible way. I'm killing guys, I'm grabbing the flag, putting it in a position where they need to get it out, and they're still not delivering. They are still not doing what they're supposed to be doing. I don't care about a fucking BR battle. You beat me all fucking day. I don't care. Your inaptitude, man. You're failing. Intentionally.
The quotas of the several states are ascertained, and I intend in a future publication to show what they are, and the necessity, as well as the advantages, of vigorously providing for them. In the meantime, I shall conclude this paper with an instance of British clemency, from Smollett's History of England, Volume 11, printed in London. It will serve to show how dismal the situation of a conquered people is, and that the only security is an effectual defense. We all know...
I'm going to stop you, now that you mentioned defense. I literally just laid it out for everybody, as far as the officers are concerned. I don't need you. I laid it out as clear as I possibly fucking can. I don't need you. And you are still. You're not. They're not. Yes, they are. I don't need you. What I just said about you on here applies to real life. I don't need you.
Enemy flag returned.
And you're still defending them. From a logical standpoint, I'm laying it all out for you, where you're at. And you are still defending them. There's a problem, robot. I will lay you to waste, if that is what it's going to be like.
that the Stuart family and the House of Hanover opposed each other for the crown of England. The Stuart family stood first in the line of succession, but the other was the most successful. In July 1745, Charles, the son of the exiled king, landed in Scotland, collected a small force, at no time exceeding 5,000 or 6,000 men, and made some attempts to re-establish his claim. The late Duke of Cumberland, uncle to the present King of England, was sent against him, and on the 16th of April following, Charles was totally defeated at Culloden in Scotland. Success and power are the only situations in which clemency can be shown, and those who are cruel because they are victorious can, with the same facility, act any other degenerate character. Quote, immediately after the decisive action at Culloden, the Duke of Cumberland took possession of Inverness, where 36 deserters, convicted by a court-martial, were ordered to be executed. Then he detached several parties to ravage the country. One of these apprehended the Lady Mackintosh, who was sent prisoner to Inverness, plundered her house, and drove away her cattle, though her husband was actually in the service of the government. The castle of Lord Lovat was destroyed. The French prisoners were sent to Carlisle and Penrith. Kilmarnock, Balmerino, Cromarty, and his son, the Lord Macleod, were conveyed by sea to London, and those of an inferior rank were confined in different prisons. The Marquess of Tullibardine, together with a brother of the Earl of Dunmore, and Murray, the Pretender's secretary, were seized and transported to the Tower of London, to which the Earl of Traquair had been committed on suspicion, and the eldest son of Lord Lovat was imprisoned in the castle of Edinburgh. In a word, all the jails in Great Britain, from the capital northwards, were filled with those unfortunate captives, and great numbers of them were crowded together in the holds of ships, where they perished in the most deplorable manner for want of air and exercise.
That was done intentionally.
Some rebel chiefs escaped in 2 French frigates that arrived on the coast of Loch Laber about the end of April, and engaged 3 vessels belonging to His Britannic Majesty, which they obliged to retire. Others embarked on board a ship on the coast of Buchan, and were conveyed to Norway, from whence they travelled to Sweden. In the month of May, the Duke of Cumberland advanced with the army into the Highlands, as far as Fort Augustus, where he encamped, and sent off detachments on all hands to hunt down the fugitives and lay waste the country with fire and sword.
With fire and sword. Where did you go? I lost you there. I want to play Magic, but I don't want to create any more decks. Like, I'm limited. I'm running out of space with my 100 decks. So I don't want it to be like monotonous and repetitive over and over. I mean, that's what this is, but each battle is different. Magic, I mean, there's only so many outcomes. This, like, it's different. Give me a minute. I'll be right back. Let me collect myself.
The castles of Glengarry and Lochiel were plundered and burned. Every house, hut, or habitation met with the same fate, without distinction, and all the cattle and provision were carried off. The men were either shot upon the mountains like wild beasts, or put to death in cold blood, without form of trial. The women, after having seen their husbands and fathers murdered, were subjected to brutal violation, and then turned out naked, with their children, to starve on the barren heaths. One whole family was enclosed in a barn, and consumed to ashes. Those ministers of vengeance were so alert in the execution of their office, that in a few days there was neither house, cottage, man, nor beast to be seen within the compass of 50 miles. All was ruin, silence, and desolation." End quote. I have here presented the reader with one of the most shocking instances of cruelty ever practiced, and I leave it to rest on his mind, that he may be fully impressed with the sense of the destruction he has escaped, in case Britain had conquered America, and likewise that he may see and feel the necessity, as well for his own personal safety, as for the honor, the interest, and happiness of the whole community, to omit or delay no one preparation necessary to secure the ground which we so happily stand upon.
You ain't that good.
To the people of America, on the expenses, arrangements, and disbursements for carrying on the war, and finishing it with honor and advantage. When any necessity or occasion has pointed out the convenience of addressing the public, I have never made it a consideration whether the subject was popular or unpopular, but whether it was right or wrong. For that which is right will become popular, and that which is wrong, though by mistake it may obtain the cry or fashion of the day, will soon lose the power of delusion and sink into disesteem. A remarkable instance of this happened in the case of Silas Deane, and I mention this circumstance with the greater ease because the poison of his hypocrisy spread over the whole country, and every man, almost without exception, thought me wrong in opposing him. The best friends I then had, except Mr. Henry Lawrence, stood at a distance, and this tribute, which is due to his constancy, I pay to him with respect, and that the readier, because he is not here to hear it. If it reaches him in his imprisonment, it will afford him an agreeable reflection. As he rose like a rocket, he would fall like a stick, is a metaphor which I applied to Mr. Deane in the first piece which I published respecting him, and he has exactly fulfilled the description. The credit he so unjustly obtained from the public he lost in almost as short a time. The delusion perished as it fell, and he soon saw himself stripped of popular support. His more intimate acquaintances began to doubt and to desert him long before he left America, and, at his departure, he saw himself the object of general suspicion. When he arrived in France, he endeavored to effect by treason what he had failed to accomplish by fraud. His plans, schemes, and projects, together with his expectation of being sent to Holland to negotiate a loan of money, had all miscarried. He then began traducing and accusing America of every crime which could injure her reputation. Quote, that she was a ruined country, that she only meant to make a tool of France, to get what money she could out of her, and then to leave her and accommodate with Britain. End quote. Of all which and much more, Colonel Lawrence and myself, when in France, informed Dr. Franklin, who had not before heard of it. And to complete the character of traitor, he has, by letters to his country since, some of which, in his own handwriting, are now in the possession of Congress, used every expression and argument in his power to injure the reputation of France, and to advise America to renounce her alliance and surrender up her independence. Footnote, Mr. William Marshall, of this city, Philadelphia, formerly a pilot, who had been taken at sea and carried to England, and got from thence to France, brought over letters from Mr. Deane to America, one of which was directed to Robert Morris, Esquire. Mr. Morris sent it unopened to Congress, and advised Mr. Marshall to deliver the others there, which he did. The letters were of the same purport with those which have been already published under the signature of S. Deane, to which they had frequent reference. End footnote. Thus, in France he abuses America, and in his letters to America he abuses France, and is endeavoring to create disunion between two countries by the same arts of double-dealing by which he caused dissensions among the commissioners in Paris, and distractions in America. But his life has been fraud, and his character has been that of a plotting, cringing mercenary, capable of any disguise that suited his purpose. His final detection has very happily cleared up those mistakes, and removed that uneasiness which his unprincipled conduct occasioned. Every one now sees him in the same light, for towards friends or enemies he acted with the same deception and injustice, and his name, like that of Arnold, ought now to be forgotten among us. As this is the first time that I have mentioned him since my return from France, it is my intention that it shall be the last. From this digression, which for several reasons I thought necessary to give, I now proceed to the purport of my address. I consider the war of America against Britain as the country's war, the public's war, or the war of the people in their own behalf, for the security of their natural rights and the protection of their own property. It is not the war of Congress, the war of the assemblies, or the war of government in any line whatever. The country first, by mutual compact, resolved to defend their rights and maintain their independence, at the hazard of their lives and fortunes. They elected their representatives, by whom they appointed their members of Congress, and said, "Act you for us, and we will support you." This is the true ground and principle of the war on the part of America, and consequently there remains nothing to do but for every one to fulfill his obligation. It was next to impossible that a new country, engaged in a new undertaking, could set off systematically right at first. She saw not the extent of the struggle that she was involved in, neither could she avoid the beginning. She supposed every step that she took, and every resolution which she formed, would bring her enemy to reason and close the contest. Those failing, she was forced into new measures, and these, like the former, being fitted to her expectations, and failing in their turn, left her continually unprovided and without system. The enemy, likewise, was induced to prosecute the war, from the temporary expedients we adopted for carrying it on. We were continually expecting to see their credit exhausted, and they were looking to see our currency fail. And thus, between their watching us and we them, the hopes of both have been deceived, and the childishness of the expectation has served to increase the expense. Yet who, through this wilderness of error, has been to blame? Where is the man who can say the fault, in part, has not been his? They were the natural, unavoidable errors of the day. They were the errors of a whole country, which nothing but experience could detect and time remove. Neither could the circumstances of America admit of system, till either the paper currency was fixed or laid aside. No calculation of a finance could be made on a medium failing without reason and fluctuating without rule. But there is one error which might have been prevented and was not, and, as it is not my custom to flatter, but to serve mankind, I will speak it freely. It certainly was the duty of every assembly on the continent to have known, at all times, what was the condition of its treasury, and to have ascertained, at every period of depreciation, how much the real worth of the taxes fell short of their nominal value. This knowledge, which might have been easily gained in the time of it, would have enabled them to have kept their constituents well informed, and this is one of the greatest duties of representation. They ought to have studied and calculated the expenses of the war, the quota of each state, and the consequent proportion that would fall on each man's property for his defense, and this must have easily shown to them that a tax of 100 pounds could not be paid by a bushel of apples or an hundred of flour, which was often the case 2 or 3 years ago. But instead of this, which would have been plain and upright dealing, the little line of temporary popularity, the feather of an hour's duration, was too much pursued, and in this involved condition of things, every state, for the want of a little thinking, or a little information, supposed that it supported the whole expenses of the war, when in fact it fell, by the time the tax was levied and collected, above 3/4 short of its own quota. Impressed with a sense of the danger to which the country was exposed by this lax method of doing business, and the prevailing errors of the day, I published last October was a 12-month, The Crisis Extraordinary on the Revenues of America, and the Yearly Expense of Carrying on the War. My estimation of the latter, together with the civil list of Congress and the civil list of the several states, was £2 million sterling, which is very nearly $9 millions. Since that time, Congress have gone into a calculation, and have estimated the expenses of the War Department and the civil list of Congress, exclusive of the civil list of the several governments, at $8 millions, and as the remaining million will be fully sufficient for the civil list of the several states, the two calculations are exceedingly near each other. The sum of $8 millions have called upon the states to furnish, and their quotas are as follows, which I shall preface with the resolution itself. Quote, by the United States in Congress assembled, October 30th, 1781. Resolved, that the respective states be called upon to furnish the Treasury of the United States with their quotas of $8 millions for the War Department and a civil list for the ensuing year, to be paid quarterly in equal proportions, the first payment to be made on the first day of April next. Resolved, that a committee, consisting of a member from each state, be appointed to apportion to the several states the quota of the above sum. November 2nd, the committee appointed to ascertain the proportions of the several states of the moneys to be raised for the expenses of the ensuing year report the following resolutions: that the sum of $8 millions, as required to be raised by the resolutions of the 30th of October last, be paid by the states in the following proportion: New Hampshire, $373,598; Massachusetts, $1,307,596; Rhode Island, $216,684; Connecticut, $747,196; New York, $373,598; New Jersey, $485,679; Pennsylvania, $1,120,794; Delaware, $112,085; Maryland, $933,996; Virginia, $1,307,594; North Carolina, $622,677; South Carolina, $373,598; Georgia, $24,905. Total $8 million. Resolved, that it be recommended to the several states to lay taxes for raising their quotas of money for the United States separate from those laid for their own particular use.
I'm just gonna stop you right there, Thomas. You pretty much just handed every lawyer in this country the right to go into court with a gun. As far as fraud is concerned, you just handed them that right. So let's be clear, like, before we continue, if that's really what you want to do here. Like, you pretty much just came in and gave everybody the right to shut it down indefinitely. I'm not kidding either. I stand firm. I want to say that again, and so it sits and sinks in. You just handed every lawyer, defense lawyer in the country, the right to go into court with a gun and shoot the perpetrators. No questions asked.
Let's run for our lives back to base. They spotted us, Spartan.
More or less.
Enemy flag returned.
You're getting into a lot of people, though. More or less.
End quote. On these resolutions, I shall offer several remarks. First, on the sum itself and the ability of the country. Second, on the several quotas and the nature of a union. And third, on the manner of collection and expenditure. First, on the sum itself and the ability of the country. As I know my own calculation is as low as possible, and as the sum called for by Congress, according to their calculation, agrees very nearly therewith, I am sensible it cannot possibly be lower. Neither can it be done for that, unless there is ready money to go to market with, and even in that case, it is only by the utmost management and economy that it can be made to do. By the accounts which were laid before the British Parliament last spring, it appeared that the charge of only subsisting, that is, feeding their army in America, cost annually £4 million sterling.
All of Congress, the first Congressional Congress, agrees with me. It has already been ruled in the books. Thomas, in all honesty, do I need to go outside and start killing motherfuckers? Is that what needs to happen?
which is very nearly 18 millions of dollars. Now if, for 8 millions, we can feed, clothe, arm, provide for, and pay an army sufficient for our defense, the very comparison shows that the money must be well laid out. It may be of some use, either in debate or conversation, to attend to the progress of the expenses of an army, because it will enable us to see on what part any deficiency will fall. The first thing is to feed them.
I didn't say I was going to be strategic about it. I'm just asking you a simple question. Is this what needs to transpire? Army or no army?
Prepare for the sick. Second, to clothe them. Third, to arm and furnish them. Fourth, to provide means for removing them from place to place. And fifth, to pay them. The first and second are absolutely necessary to them as men. The third and fourth are equally as necessary to them as an army, and the fifth is their just due. Now if the sum which shall be raised should fall short, either by the several acts of the states for raising it, or by the manner of collecting it, the deficiency will fall on the fifth head.
He just admitted that he's with Congress right now. They all agreed. Signed and sealed. That's all I needed was the document. Just so we're clear here.
Soldiers' pay, which would be defrauding them, and eternally disgracing ourselves. It would be a blot on the councils, the country, and the Revolution of America, and a man would hereafter be ashamed to own that he had any hand in it. But if the deficiency should still be shorter, it would next fall on the fourth head, the means of removing the army from place to place. And in this case, the army must either stand still, where it can be of no use, or seize on horses, carts, wagons, or any means of transportation which it can lay hold of, and in this instance the country suffers. In short, every attempt to do a thing for less than it can be done for is sure to become at last both a loss and a dishonor. But the country cannot bear it, say some. This has been the most expensive doctrine that ever was held out, and cost America millions of money for nothing. Can the country bear to be overrun, ravaged, and ruined by an enemy? This will immediately follow where defense is wanting, and defense will ever be wanting where sufficient revenues are not provided. But this is only one part of the folly. The second is that when the danger comes, invited in part by our not preparing against it, we have been obliged, in a number of instances, to expend double the sums to do that which at first might have been done for half the money. But this is not all. A third mischief has been that grain of all sorts, flour, beef fodder, horses, carts, wagons, or whatever was absolutely or immediately wanted, have been taken without pay. Now, I ask, why was all this done? But from that extremely weak and expensive doctrine that the country could not bear it. That is, that she could not bear, in the first instance, that which would have saved her twice as much at last. Or, in proverbial language, that she could not bear to pay a penny to save a pound. The consequence of which has been that she has paid a pound for a penny. Why are there so many unpaid certificates in almost every man's hands? But from the parsimony of not providing sufficient revenues. Besides, the doctrine contradicts itself, because if the whole country cannot bear it, how is it possible that a part should? And yet this has been the case, for those things have been had, and they must be had, but the misfortune is that they have been obtained in a very unequal manner, and upon expensive credit, whereas, with ready money, they might have been purchased for half the price, and nobody distressed. But there is another thought which ought to strike us, which is, how is the army to bear the want of food, clothing, and other necessaries? The man who is at home can turn himself 1,000 ways, and find as many means of ease, convenience, or relief. But a soldier's life admits of none of those. Their wants cannot be supplied from themselves. For an army, though it is the defense of a state, is at the same time the child of a country, or must be provided for in everything. And lastly, the doctrine is false. There are not 3 millions of people in any part of the universe who live so well, or have such a fund of ability
that's
as in
true.
America.
It's inflation.
The income of a common laborer who is industrious is equal to that of the generality of tradesmen in England.
2023.
In the mercantile line, I have not heard of one who could be said to be a bankrupt since the war began, and in England they have been without number. In America, almost every farmer lives on his own lands, and in England not 1 in 100 does. In short, it seems as if the poverty of that country had made them furious, and they were determined to risk all to recover all. Yet, notwithstanding those advantages on the part of America, true it is that had it not been for the operation of taxes for our necessary defense, we had sunk into a state of sloth and poverty. For there was more wealth lost by neglecting to till the earth in the years 1776, 77, and 78 than the quota of taxes amounts to.
Nostradamus,
That
here
which
it
is lost by neglect of this kind is lost forever, whereas that which is paid and continues in the country returns to us again. And at the same time that it provides us with defense, it operates not only as a spur, but as a premium to our industry. I shall now proceed to the second head, viz., on the several quotas and the nature of a union. There was a time when America had no other bond of union than that of common interest and affection. The whole country flew to the relief of Boston, and making her cause their own, participated in her cares and administered to her wants.
Yes. I am yours to command at this point. With the spirit of the law and the intentions behind it. The original. That bridge. I'm angry. I'm angry with this country. Definitely. More than angry. All that, and you didn't pay me a dime? Really? Who's behind that?
Your team is about to score. Enemy team took the hill. Enemy about to score.
I will tread lightly here. The past and the present, you know, they have their own worries to worry about. I will tread lightly, but they definitely, they know their math. I'm not a math guy. It's just a matter of lack of caring. I'm not a math guy.
Enemy team scored.
A lot to think about. I'm gonna ponder on that.
The fate of war since that day has carried the calamity in a tenfold proportion to the southward. But in the meantime, the Union has been strengthened by a legal compact of the states.
Yes, I'm conflicted right now. You owe me money, period. End of story, like now. But the original values is what I value. And I agree on most things. I'm a reasonable person. Like, you can debate with me, and there's no problem. I don't get irate about it.
Power items incoming.
And so there's definitely a conflict right there. Definitely.
Jointly and severally ratified. And that which before was choice or the duty of affection is now.
I'm gonna stop. You see the retry on my chat? I'm really not kidding with you.
Enemy team took the hill.
This is what I'm talking about. That server. You're hacking. I was just given permission to kill all of you. I don't know why you're still doing it.
Enemy about to score. Hill control.
You have nothing to do with this. I was just given permission to kill you from the first Congress. The original.
Your team about to score.
You ain't getting out of it.
Likewise, the duty of legal obligation.
It's already been ruled.
The
in
Union of America
paperwork.
is the foundation stone of her independence, the rock on which it is built. and is something so sacred in her Constitution that we ought to watch every word we speak and every thought we think, that we injure it not, even by mistake. When a multitude extended or rather scattered over a continent in the manner we were, mutually agree to form one common center whereon the whole shall move to accomplish a particular purpose, all parts must act together and alike, or act not at all,
Other people
and a stoppage
have the
in
right
any
to help
one
me.
is a stoppage of
I
the whole,
cannot do it myself.
at least for a time. Thus the several states have
understand?
sent representatives to assemble together in
lawyers,
Congress,
the right
and they
to
have
go into
empowered
court with
that
a
body,
gun.
which thus becomes their center, and are no other than themselves in representation, to conduct and manage the war, while their constituents at home attend to the domestic cares of the country, their internal legislation, their farms, professions, or employments, for it is only by reducing complicated things to method and orderly connection that they can be understood with advantage or pursued with success. Congress, by virtue of this delegation, estimates the expense and apportions it out to the several parts of the empire according to their several abilities. And here the debate must end, because each state has already had its voice, and the matter has undergone its whole portion of argument, and can no more be altered by any particular state than a law of any state, after it has passed, can be altered by any individual. For with respect to those things which immediately concern the Union, and for which the Union was purposely established and is intended to secure, each state is to the United States what each individual is to the state he lives in. And it is, on this grand point, this movement upon one center, that our existence as a nation, our happiness as a people, and our safety as individuals depend. It may happen that some state or other may be somewhat over or underrated, but this cannot be much. The experience which has been had upon the matter has nearly ascertained their several abilities. But even in this case, it can only admit of an appeal to the United States,
Keep talking.
but cannot authorize any state
Not
to make the
interested in
alteration
providing.
itself, any more than our internal government can admit an individual to do so
I'm not
in the case
interested.
of an act of assembly. For, if one
Keep
state can
talking.
do it, then may another do the same, and the instant this is done, the whole is undone. Neither is it supposable that any single state can be a judge of all the comparative reasons which may influence the collective body in arranging the quotas of a continent. The circumstances of the several states are frequently varying, occasioned by the accidents of war and commerce, and it will often fall upon some to help others, rather beyond what their exact proportion at another time might be. But even this assistance is as naturally and politically included in the idea of a union as that of any particular assigned proportion, because we know not whose turn it may be next to want assistance, for which reason that state is the wisest which sets the best example. Though in matters of bounden duty and reciprocal affection, it is rather a degeneracy from the honesty and ardor of the heart to admit anything selfish to partake in the government of our conduct.
I'm looking at
Yet in cases where our duty, our affections, and our interest all coincide, it may be of some use to observe their union. The United States will become heir to an extensive quantity of vacant land, and their several titles to shares and quotas thereof will naturally be adjusted according to their relative quotas during the war, exclusive of that inability which may unfortunately arise to any state by the enemy's holding possession of a part. But as this is a cold matter of interest, I pass it by, and proceed to my third head, viz., on the manner of collection and expenditure. It has been our error, as well as our misfortune, to blend the affairs of each state, especially in money matters, with those of the United States, whereas it is our case, convenience, and interest to keep them separate. The expenses of the United States for carrying on the war, and the expenses of each state for its own domestic government, are distinct things, and to involve them is a source of perplexity and a cloak for fraud. I love method, because I see and am convinced of its beauty and advantage. It is that which makes all business easy and understood, and without which everything becomes embarrassed and difficult. There are certain powers which the people of each state have delegated to their legislative and executive bodies, and there are other powers which the people of every state have delegated to Congress, among which is that of conducting the war, and consequently of managing the expenses attending it. For how else can that be managed which concerns every state but by a delegation from each? When a state has furnished its quota, it has an undoubted right to know how it has been applied, and it is as much the duty of Congress to inform the state of the one as it is the duty of the state to provide the other.
I'm pausing. I'm thinking. It almost sounded like a sunshine.
Slay.
What he was talking about there. Start getting into the laws. Hey, from the first Congressional Congress, I have the right to kill you right now, on paper. Why are you still there?
Kill faster.
Bin tapping. Schizo. Why are you still there? I'm not kidding with you. Why are you still there? Remove yourselves now. The next step, I will kill you. Other people can help me. If I cannot defend myself. What are you not understanding here? What are you not understanding? What are you having problems with? You're a big boy. You think you're invincible. What's your problem? From soon, the same applies to you.
In my sights.
The sovereign of everything. Life. It's more than that. Why are they still there?
Let 'em in your head and not that head.
Why are they still there? Why do they keep doing that?
Double kill.
In my sights.
Nobody's having visuals. Even if I was, it would be the computer with the Tesla and the hologram. It's simple at this point. What are you not understanding, Congress? From your fathers who invented you, what don't you understand? I'm trying to help you out. I'm trying to make sense of it all.
Active camo available.
In my sights.
Okay, Congress, if it's the military, this is what you're gonna do. Every military base, you're gonna take a field trip. You're gonna be taking, all 400 of you, you're gonna be taking a field trip,
In my sights.
military. And you're gonna start ripping that shit out, that equipment that they have. I don't need it. That's what you're gonna do. If it's the military and it's not you, Joe,
Enemy there.
you have that right. That's public property. You are the one passing the laws. You have the right to step foot on those military bases. If that is truly the case, All 400 of you are going to be taking field trips to every military base, and you're going to start ripping out their equipment until they get it through their fucking head.
Active camo inbound.
Target spotted.
Quit pestering me, military.
Plasma grenades,
This
okay.
isn't training.
Active camo available.
I'm not kidding with you. I don't need you. It's simple. The military does not own any of it. The people are the ones who own it. The military has overstepped its boundary. If that is the case, well, I'm calm at this point. Signed and sealed, I just got permission from First Congress on paper to kill you. So I'm pretty calm at this point. It's a relaxed feeling. Because I really will. Like, we're at that point. Now it's who? The who. Again, I will repeat it. If I cannot defend myself, others can defend me.
Enemy there.
Congress, all 400 of you. Give you a job.
Target spotted.
We're gonna have some fun with it. Oh, you don't have access to Area 51? Well, now all 400 of you do. I'm the owner. Congress said it themselves. Can't take it away. You can't take it back. It's signed and sealed. Set in stone. Joy in my heart right now.
Active camo inbound.
Dear Nancy,
Active camo available.
In my sights.
I don't care about that. That doesn't mean anything. You didn't stop me from the beginning, and you broke the law from the beginning. You owe every single stoner who was incarcerated money. Slavery. You're gonna compensate all those people. No, I'm not gonna do that. 33 trillion. It's unfortunate. We're getting into the realm of everybody. Everybody's owed money. You oppressed everybody that bad. Now you owe everybody. So. You didn't stop me to begin with. Like, I was still a pro from the beginning. Pro Congress. For the first Congress, that's pro.
Enemy there. 5 minutes remaining.
Okay. I'm not worried about this. I just got permission from Congress as an individual to kill you. Every single one of these people going through this right now. I wonder what I'm gonna do. The Who. I'm like a kid in a candy store at this
Target
moment.
spotted. Enemy there.
He keeps interrupting me because he's hacking. The hacker's interrupting me right now. After I was just given permission
Active camo inbound.
from the founders of the country. I just want to. I'm gonna keep repeating that. I'm in awe right now.
Active camo
I'll let them play Bruce Almighty for the day. I'm in awe right now. You're like Tom Brady. I am like a kid in a candy. Like, I didn't have permission from the beginning.
Enemy there.
God is up in the air. Like, it's me, but it's still like I'm gonna tread lightly.
Plasma grenades acquired.
Can I? Yeah. Again, that genie. I'm gonna tread lightly.
In my sights.
I feel about that. That's where, like, you get into the Salem witch trials and the spirit of the spectral evidence. You know, it is me. I know it's me. In my heart, I know it's me. But still, it's that spectral, that line. But now, we draw the line. We actually put it on paper. I am a kid in a candy store right now. What do I want to do? If I go into those woods, you know what I'm going to do. I mean, now. Military. All 400 of you, spy or no spy, you have permission to enter that base, no matter what base it is, including Area 51. Get that shit out of there. If it's like Stranger Things, the bunker, where they're all like battling, you should have thought about this before allowing it to happen. This is where he's talking about the state as a duty. Sunshine request. It never should have been allowed. I own you. We own you, military. You should have made an off button. Anyway, ladies, just so I'm going to put it in perspective for you, ladies. Signed and sealed. I'm putting it into perspective for you. I'm putting it in perspective for you. You cannot take it away. It is signed on paper. I'm not arguing with you anymore. It's like a breath of fresh air. Like, okay, alright. Cool. Now the argument, now you're just bugging the shit out of me. You're not... There's no coach. You're not my sons. I'm not your coach. You're breaking the law. You see the two views? Officers, you can drive by and do this false alarm. What you're doing with the officers is, it's propagating. It's like, the country's using loudspeakers on their citizens. It's what you're doing with these sirens. Officers, I have permission to kill you. In all seriousness, my two views right now, when there's a crowd of people watching me, it's not okay. If you want to take it there, we can take it there. The speed of light, I just want you to know who's going to win this battle. They've already seen it. There's no need to lie and make a bunch of shit up and bait and do this and that. There's no need to waste their time. He just did Bozo the Clown. Andrew, I'm really not kidding with you. Ladies, where you at? I'm having a great time. What's your problem? What's your beef? Conditions? What'd you get conditioned into? It's not funny. She's not funny. Why was this allowed? I want to know this. I'm going to stop for a second. As far as a mental disorder, why was this allowed? When did this happen? Where did you go wrong? Why are these little girls and boys being allowed to act like that? I mean, I get mad too, don't get me wrong, but I'm still like, I'm not... Sometimes you need to go to a room and start breaking shit. I definitely understand it. But I'm still, even with permission, full signed. I'm not, did you see me get up and go out there? I'm not scared of you, definitely. Not at all. So what's the problem that we're having here, fellas? Where did we go wrong? So DC tries to walk on my water with Aquaman. What, you make absolute no goddamn sense. It's already been approved. You can't take it back, man. I don't know why you're still talking and doing that. What's your problem? What? I am baffled. They're having to snipe them? Like, I don't understand. I'm not... Again. I don't know exactly what's going on out there. Like, nobody's... God, no God, it doesn't really matter to me. I don't care that much to sit here and... Let me figure this out. I can assume things. I have permission to kill you, Chan. Mark. It's not changing. And that applies to every country. No matter where you're at. A serial killer. The honest answer is they give me a serial killer. The Bates glasses. I am not a serial killer. I've just been given permission from Congress to kill you. I didn't get up and go do it. You hear him torturing me out there? I'm getting it on my mic. Even with... I don't need it at this point. Let me take... Do I need to take a picture of it so it doesn't get deleted? I have witnesses. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't care about you. In all honesty, like, I don't care what you have to say. Unless you're talking about paying me money. Like, now. I don't care. They can cry all they want. I don't care. Give me my money. Now. This second. Or I will kill you. Legally. This is what Evil Geniuses, my honest reaction. VCT Game Changers. Plain lower bracket. Oh my god, Potter, hi. That's not... The more you do it, the worse off it's going to be. Stop doing this. I have a message box. I have an email. I'm sure I can come up with other ways. I have a door. Again, I don't care what you have to say, no matter what it is, unless you're talking about paying me the money. Unless you're Congress. Shut up. In the past. Shut up. I have no respect for you. Zero. You've proven not to be respectable people. They're still torturing me. I'll be right back. pictures just in case. I know how shysty you people are. Not that I distrust YouTube, but they've always been pleasant. You never know, though. You never know what's gonna happen. I'm not having a conversation with you. Stop talking to Twitter. Trending. Stop doing that. I'm not kidding. You're in more than trouble.
In the resolution of Congress already recited, it is recommended to the several states to lay taxes for raising their quotas of money for the United States, separate from those laid for their own particular use. This is a most necessary point to be observed, and the distinction should follow all the way through. They should be levied, paid, and collected separately, and kept separate in every instance. Neither have the civil officers of any state, nor the government of that state, the least right to touch that money which the people pay for the support of their army and the war, any more than Congress has to touch that which each state raises for its own use. This distinction will naturally be followed by another. It will occasion every state to examine nicely into the expenses of its civil list, and to regulate, reduce, and bring it into better order than it has hitherto been, because the money for that purpose must be raised apart and accounted for to the public separately. But while the moneys of both were blended, the necessary nicety was not observed, and the poor soldier, who ought to have been the first, was the last who was thought of. Another convenience will be that the people, by paying the taxes separately, will know what they are for, and will likewise know that those which are for the defense of the country will cease with the war or soon after. For although, as I have before observed, the war is their own, and for the support of their own rights and the protection of their own property, yet they have the same right to know that they have to pay, and it is the want of not knowing that is often the cause of dissatisfaction. This regulation of keeping the taxes separate has given rise to a regulation in the Office of Finance, by which it is directed, quote, that the receivers shall, at the end of every month, make out an exact account of the moneys received by them respectively, during such month, specifying therein the names of the persons from whom the same shall have been received, the dates and the sums, which account they shall respectively cause to be published in one of the newspapers of the state, to the end that every citizen may know how much of the moneys collected from him in taxes is transmitted to the Treasury of the United States for the support of the war, and also that it may be known what moneys have been at the order of the Superintendent of Finance, it being proper and necessary that, in a free country, the people should be as fully informed of the administration of their affairs as the nature of things will admit.
Yes. They're incredibly honest. They want to hold their end of the bargain, the money part, and they even say everybody $1 from everybody. They don't have to do that. Very honest, if you want to know the personalities.
End quote. It is an agreeable thing to see a spirit of order and economy taking place after such a series of errors and difficulties.
Yes.
A government or an administration who means and acts honestly has nothing to fear, and consequently has nothing to conceal, and it would be of use if a monthly or quarterly account was to be published, as well of the expenditures as of the receipts. $8 millions must be husbanded with an exceeding deal of care to make it do, and therefore, as the management must be reputable, the publication would be serviceable. I have heard of petitions which have been presented to the Assembly of this state, and probably the same may have happened in other states, praying to have the taxes lowered. Now, the only way to keep taxes low is for the United States to have ready money to go to market with. And though the taxes to be raised for the present year will fall heavy, and there will naturally be some difficulty in paying them, yet the difficulty, in proportion as money spreads about the country, will every day grow less, and in the end we shall save some millions of dollars by it. We see what a bitter, revengeful enemy we have to deal with, and any expense is cheap compared to their merciless paw.
I told him he was trustworthy, and he repeats it. What are you not getting?
Enemy flag
We have seen the unfortunate Carolinians hunted like partridges on the mountains, and it is only by providing means for our defense that we shall be kept from the same condition. When we think or talk about taxes, we ought to recollect that we lie down in peace and sleep in safety, that we can follow our farms or stores or other occupations in prosperous tranquility, and that these inestimable blessings are procured to us by the taxes that we pay. In this view, our taxes are properly our insurance money. They are what we pay to be made safe, and, in strict policy, are the best money we can lay out. It was my intention to offer some remarks on the impost law of 5% recommended by Congress, and to be established as a fund for the payment of the loan office certificates and other debts of the United States. But I have already extended my piece beyond my intention, and as this fund will make our system of finance complete, and is strictly just, and consequently requires nothing but honesty to do it, there needs but little to be said upon it. Signed, Common Sense. End of The Crisis, number 10, by Thomas Paine.
Section 14 of The American Crisis by Thomas Paine. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by J.G. Henry. The Crisis, number 11, on the Present State of News, published in Philadelphia, May 22nd, 1782. Since the arrival of 2, if not 3 packets in quick succession at New York, from England, a variety of unconnected news has circulated through the country and afforded as great a variety of speculation. That something is the matter in the cabinet and councils of our enemies on the other side of the water is certain. That they have run their length of madness and are under the necessity of changing their measures may easily be seen into. But to what this change of measures may amount, or how far it may correspond with our interest, happiness, and duty, is yet uncertain. And from what we have hitherto experienced, we have too much reason to suspect them in everything. I do not address this publication so much to the people of America as to the British ministry, whoever they may be. For if it is their intention to promote any kind of negotiation, it is proper they should know beforehand that the United States have as much honor as bravery, and that they are no more to be seduced from their alliance than their allegiance, that their line of politics is formed and not dependent, like that of their enemy, on chance and accident. On our part, in order to know at any time what the British government will do, we have only to find out what they ought not to do, and this last will be their conduct, forever changing and forever wrong, too distant from America to improve in circumstances, and too unwise to foresee them, scheming without principle, and executing without probability. Their whole line of management has hitherto been blunder and baseness. Every campaign has added to their loss, and every year to their disgrace, till, unable to go on, and ashamed to go back, their politics have come to a halt, and all their fine prospects to a halter. Could our affections forgive, or humanity forget, the wounds of an injured country, we might, under the influence of a momentary oblivion, stand still and laugh. but they are engraven where no amusement can conceal them,
They're not joking.
and of a kind for which there is
We
no
are not.
recompense. Can ye restore to us the beloved dead? Can ye say to the grave, give up the murdered? Can ye obliterate from our memories those who are no more? Think not then to tamper with our feelings by an insidious contrivance, nor suffocate our humanity by seducing us to dishonor. In March 1780, I published part of the crisis, number 8, in the newspapers, but did not conclude it in the following papers, and the remainder has lain by me till the present day. There appeared about that time some disposition in the British cabinet to cease the further prosecution of the war, and as I had formed my opinion that whenever such a design should take place, it would be accompanied by a dishonorable proposition to America respecting France, I had suppressed the remainder of that number, not to expose the baseness of any such proposition. But the arrival of the next news from England declared her determination to go on with the war, and consequently, as the political object I had then in view was not become a subject, it was unnecessary in me to bring it forward, which is the reason it was never published. The matter which I allude to in the unpublished part I shall now make a quotation of, and apply it as the more enlarged state of things at this day shall make convenient or necessary. It was as follows, quote, by the speeches which have appeared from the British Parliament, it is easy to perceive to what impolitic and imprudent excesses their passions and prejudices have in every instance carried them during the present war. Provoked at the upright and honorable treaty between America and France, they imagined that nothing more was necessary to be done to prevent its final ratification than to promise, through the agency of their commissioners, Carlisle, Eden, and Johnstone, a repeal of their once offensive acts of Parliament. The vanity of the conceit was as unpardonable as the experiment was impolitic. And so convinced am I of their wrong ideas of America that I shall not wonder if in their last stage of political frenzy they propose to her to break her alliance with France and enter into one with them. Such a proposition, should it ever be made, and it has already been more than once hinted at in Parliament, would discover such a disposition to perfidiousness and such disregard of honor and morals as would add the finishing vice to national corruption. I do not mention this to put America on the watch, but to put England on her guard, that she do not, in the looseness of her heart, envelop in disgrace every fragment of reputation. Thus far the quotation. By the complexion of some part of the news which has transpired through the New York papers, it seems probable that this insidious era in the British politics is beginning to make its appearance.
I'm not kidding.
I wish it may not,
You're plagiarizing.
for that which is a disgrace to human nature throws something of a shade over all the human character, and each individual feels his share of the wound that is given to the whole. The policy of Britain has ever been to divide America in some way or other. In the beginning of the dispute, she practiced every art to prevent or destroy the union of the states, well knowing that could she once get them to stand singly, she could conquer them unconditionally. Failing in this project in America, she renewed it in Europe, and after the alliance had taken place, she made secret offers to France to induce her to give up America, and what is still more extraordinary, she at the same time made propositions to Dr. Franklin, then in Paris, the very court to which she was secretly applying, to draw off America from France. But this
What she was secretly applying, what they're talking about is my Twitter right now on the internet. The speed of light. They're using the speed of the boxes to talk and induce emotions. I have permission to kill you right now, so I'm being dead serious. Stop now. Ladies, I promise you, never again. Them fellas, never again. You wanna take it there? We can take it there, fellas. Never again. I promise you, if you do it one more goddamn fucking time, I promise you, you are not gonna like that other side. One more goddamn time. It's indefinite. It's permanent. That baby bump, one more goddamn time. I'm right here, ladies. You can come to me. One more goddamn fucking time. And I mean all of you. You have pissed me off that fucking bad. It is indefinite. Hey, I'm not worried about that. I've already been given permission. Now you have permission to go. You guys need a room you need to go to start beating shit. We'll use the military bases as that room. If it's on a ship, get on that ship. If it's another country, I'm the sovereign of that country. Start getting into everybody's world history. Oh, good lord. No, I'm not waiting. Okay, we have that established. Excuse me.
Is not all. On the 14th of September 1778, the British court, through their secretary, Lord Weymouth, made application to the Marquis de Almodovar, the Spanish ambassador at London, to ask the mediation. For these were the words of the court of Spain for the purpose of negotiating a peace with France, leaving America, as I shall hereafter show, out of the question. Spain readily offered her mediation, and likewise the city of Madrid as the place of conference, but withal proposed that the United States of America should be invited to the treaty and considered as independent during the time the business was negotiating. But this was not the view of England. She wanted to draw France from the war, that she might uninterruptedly pour out all her force and fury upon America. And being disappointed in this plan, as well through the open and generous conduct of Spain, as the determination of...
I'm gonna stop you right there. England, you're flexing a little too hard, and you're pretty small. I just said America has 3 million people. You're a small island. Like, it ain't... I don't know what England's doing.
France, she refused the mediation which she had solicited. I shall now give some extracts from the justifying memorial of the Spanish court, in which she has set the conduct and character of Britain with respect to America in a clear and striking point of light. The memorial, speaking of the refusal of the British court to meet in conference with commissioners from the United States, who were to be considered as independent during the time of the conference, says, quote, "It is a thing very extraordinary and even ridiculous that the Court of London, who treats the colonies as independent, not only in acting, but of right during the war, should have a repugnance to treat them as such only in acting during a truce or suspension of hostilities." The Convention of Saratoga, the reputing General Burgoyne as a lawful prisoner in order to suspend his trial, the exchange and liberation of other prisoners made from the colonies, the having named commissioners to go and supplicate the Americans at their own doors, request peace of them, and treat with them and the Congress, and finally, by 1,000 other acts of this sort, authorized by the Court of London, which have been and are true signs of the acknowledgment of their independence. In aggravation of all the foregoing, at the same time, the British cabinet answered the King of Spain in the terms already mentioned. They were insinuating themselves at the court of France by means of secret emissaries, and making very great offers to her to abandon the colonies and make peace with England. But there is yet more, for at this same time the English ministry were treating by means of another certain emissary with Dr. Franklin, minister plenipotentiary from the colonies, residing at Paris, to whom they made various proposals to disunite them from France and accommodate matters with England. From what has been observed, it evidently follows that the whole of the British politics was to disunite the two courts of Paris and Madrid by means of the suggestions and offers which she separately made to them, and also to separate the colonies from their treaties and engagements entered into with France, and to induce them to arm against the House of Bourbon, or more probably to oppress them when they found, from breaking their engagements, that they stood alone and without protection.
No.
This, therefore, is the net they laid for the American states.
All these girls.
That
do
is
this,
to say,
you're
to
not.
tempt them with
All
flattering
these
and
girls
very
involved here,
magnificent
you
promises
are not.
to come to an accommodation with them, exclusive of any intervention of Spain or France, that the British ministry might always remain the arbiters of the fate of the colonies. But the Catholic king, the King of Spain, faithful on the one part of the engagements which bind him to the most Christian king, the King of France, his nephew, just and upright on the other, to his own subjects, whom he ought to protect and guard against so many insults, and, finally, full of humanity and compassion for the Americans and other individuals who suffer in the present war, he is determined to pursue and prosecute it, and to make all the efforts in his power until he can obtain a solid and permanent peace, with full and satisfactory securities that it shall be observed." Unquote. Thus far the memorial, a translation of which into English may be seen in full under the head of State Papers in the Annual Register for 1779. The extracts I have here given serve to show the various endeavors and contrivances of the enemy to draw France from her connection with America and to prevail on her to make a separate peace with England, leaving America totally out of the question and at the mercy of a merciless, unprincipled enemy. The opinion likewise which Spain has formed of the British cabinet's character for meanness and perfidiousness is so exactly the opinion of America respecting it, that the memorial in this instance contains our own statements and language, for people, however remote, who think alike, will unavoidably speak alike.
It's Jimmy Cow.
Thus we see the insidious use which Britain endeavored to make of the propositions of peace under the mediation of Spain. I shall now proceed to the second proposition under the mediation of the Emperor of Germany and the Empress of Russia,
Get 'em off
the
here.
general outline of which was that a Congress of the several powers at war should meet at Vienna in 1781 to settle preliminaries of
If they're
peace.
taking it upon themselves,
I could wish myself at
I guess
liberty
we're killing you.
to make
I'm not
use
gonna
of all the information which I am possessed of on this subject. But as there is a delicacy in the matter, I do not conceive it prudent, at least at present, to make references and quotations in the same manner as I have done with respect to the mediation of Spain, who published the whole proceedings herself. And therefore, what comes from me on this part of the business must rest on my own credit with the public, assuring them that when the whole proceedings relative to the proposed Congress of Vienna shall appear, they will find my account not only true, but studiously moderate. We know at the time this mediation was on the carpet, The expectation of the British king and ministry ran high with respect to the conquest of America. The English packet, which was taken with the mail on board and carried into Lorient in France, contained letters from Lord G. Germain to Sir Henry Clinton, which expressed in the fullest terms the ministerial idea of a total conquest. Copies of those letters were sent to Congress and published in the newspapers of last year. Colonel John Lorenz brought over the originals, some of which, signed in the handwriting of the then Secretary Germain, are now in my possession. Filled with these high ideas, nothing could be more insolent towards America than the language of the British court on the proposed mediation. A peace with France and Spain she anxiously solicited, but America, as before, was to be left to her mercy. Neither would she hear any proposition for admitting an agent from the United States into the Congress of Vienna. On the other hand, France, with an open, noble, and manly determination and a fidelity of a good ally, would hear no proposition for a separate peace, nor even meet in Congress at Vienna without an agent from America. And likewise that the independent character of the United States, represented by the agent, should be fully and unequivocally defined and settled before any conference should be entered on. The reasoning of the Court of France on the several propositions of the two imperial courts which relate to us is rather in the style of an American than an ally, and she advocated the cause of America as if she had been America herself. Thus the second mediation, like the first, proved ineffectual. But since that time a reverse of fortune has overtaken the British arms, and all their high expectations are dashed to the ground. The noble exertions to the southward under General Nathanael Greene, the successful operations of the Allied arms in the Chesapeake, the loss of most of their islands in the West Indies and Minorca in the Mediterranean, the persevering spirit of Spain against Gibraltar, the expected capture of Jamaica, the failure of making a separate peace with Holland, and the expense of 100 millions sterling, by which all these fine losses were obtained, have read them a loud lesson of disgraceful misfortune and necessity has called on them to change their ground. In this situation of confusion and despair, their present counsels have no fixed character. It is now the hurricane months of British politics. Every day seems to have a storm of its own, and they are scudding under the bare poles of hope, beaten but not humble, condemned but not penitent. They act like men trembling at fate and catching at a straw. From this convulsion in the entrails of their politics, it is more than probable that the mountain groaning in labor will bring forth a mouse as to its size, and a monster in its make. They will try on America the same insidious arts they tried on France and Spain. We sometimes experience sensations to which language is not equal. The conception is too bulky to be borne alive, and in the torture of thinking, we stand dumb. Our feelings, imprisoned by their magnitude, find no way out. And in the struggle of expression every finger tries to be a tongue. The machinery of the body seems too little for the mind, and we look about for helps to show our thoughts by. Such must be the sensation of America whenever Britain, teeming with corruption, shall propose to her to sacrifice her faith. But exclusive of the wickedness, there is a personal offense contained in every such attempt. It is calling us villains, for no man asks the other to act the villain unless he believes him inclined to be one. No man attempts to seduce the truly honest woman. It is the supposed looseness of her mind that starts the thoughts of seduction.
You hear that? I don't come to you, honest woman. I don't come to you. I'm good on that, dude. I was just given permission to kill you. I'm not dealing with Nobel Prize bullshit. You're frauds. I'm done with you. You made a mistake. It's your own damn fault.
And he who offers it calls her a prostitute. Our pride is always hurt by the same propositions which offend our principles. For when we are shocked at the crime, we are wounded by the suspicion of our compliance. Could I convey a thought that might serve to regulate the public mind, I would not make the interest of the alliance the basis of defending it. All the world are moved by interest, and it affords them nothing to boast of. But I would go a step higher and defend it on the ground of honor and principle. That our public affairs have flourished under the alliance, that it was wisely made, and has been nobly executed, that by its assistance we are enabled to preserve our country from conquest and expel those who sought our destruction, that it is our true interest to maintain it unimpaired, and that while we do so no enemy can conquer us, are matters which experience has taught us, and the common good of ourselves, abstracted from principles of faith and honor, would lead us to maintain the connection. But over and above the mere letter of the alliance, we have been nobly and generously treated, and have had the same respect and attention paid to us as if we had been an old established country. To oblige and be obliged is fair work among mankind, and we want an opportunity of showing to the world that we are a people sensible of kindness and worthy of confidence. Character is to us in our present circumstances of more importance than interest. We are a young nation, just stepping upon the stage of public life, and the eye of the world is upon us to see how we act. We have an enemy who is watching to destroy our reputation, and who will go any length to gain some evidence against us that may serve to render our conduct suspected and our character odious. Because, could she accomplish this, wicked as it is, the world would withdraw from us as from a people not to be trusted, and our task would then become difficult. There is nothing which sets the character of a nation in a higher or lower light with others than the faithfully fulfilling or perfidiously breaking of treaties. They are things not to be tampered with, and should Britain, which seems very probable, propose to seduce America into such an act of baseness, it would merit from her some mark of unusual detestation. It is one of those extraordinary instances in which we ought not to be contented with the bare negative of Congress, because it is an affront on the multitude as well as on the government. It goes on the supposition that the public are not honest men, and that they may be managed by contrivance, though they cannot be conquered by arms. But let the world and Britain know that we are neither to be bought nor sold, that our mind is great and fixed, our prospect clear, and that we will support our character as firmly as our independence. But I will go still further. General Conway, who made the motion in the British Parliament for discontinuing offensive war in America, is a gentleman of an amiable character. We have no personal quarrel with him, but he feels not as we feel. He is not in our situation, and that alone, without any other explanation, is enough. The British Parliament suppose that they have many friends in America, and that when all chance of conquest is over, they will be able to draw her from her alliance with France. Now, if I have any conception of the human heart, they will fail in this more than in anything that they have yet tried. This part of the business is not a question of policy only, but of honor and honesty, and the proposition will have in it something so visibly low and base that their partisans, if they have any, will be ashamed of it. Men are often hurt by a mean action who are not startled at a wicked one, and this will be such a confession of inability, such a declaration of servile thinking, that the scandal of it will ruin all their hopes. In short, we have nothing to do but to go on with vigor and determination. The enemy is yet in our country. They hold New York, Charleston, and Savannah, and the very being in those places is an offense, and a part of offensive war. And until they can be driven from them or captured in them, it would be folly in us to listen to an idle tale. I take it for granted that the British ministry are sinking under the impossibility of carrying on the war. Let them then come to a fair and open peace with France, Spain, Holland, and America in the manner they ought to do. But until then, we can have nothing to say to them. Signed, Common Sense.
They're seconding that, you understand?
End of The Crisis, number 11, by Thomas Paine. Recording by J.G. Henry.
Section 15 of The American Crisis by Thomas Paine. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Greg Giordano. A Supernumerary Crisis to Sir Guy Carleton. Philadelphia, May 31st, 1782. It is the nature of compassion to associate with misfortune, and I address this to you in behalf even of an enemy. a captain in the British service, now on his way to the headquarters of the American army, and unfortunately doomed to death for a crime not his own. A sentence so extraordinary, an execution so repugnant to every human sensation, ought never to be told without the circumstances which produced it. And as the destined victim is yet in existence, and in your hands rests his life or death, I shall briefly state the case and the melancholy consequence. Captain Huddy of the Jersey militia was attacked in a small fort on Tom's River by a party of refugees in the British pay and service, was made prisoner, together with his company, carried to New York, and lodged in the provost of that city. About 3 weeks after which he was taken out of the provost down to the waterside, put into a boat, and brought again upon the Jersey shore, and there, contrary to the practice of all nations but savages, was hung up on a tree, and left hanging till found by our people, who took him down and buried him. The inhabitants of that part of the country where the murder was committed sent a deputation to General Washington with a full and certified statement of the fact. Struck, as every human breast must be, with such brutish outrage, and determined both to punish and prevent it for the future, the general represented the case to General Clinton, who then commanded
Clayton.
and demanded that the refugee officer who ordered and attended the execution, and whose name is Lippincott, should be delivered up as a murderer, and in case of refusal, that the person of some British officer should suffer in his stead. The demand, though not refused, has not been complied with, and the melancholy lot, not by selection, but by casting lots, has fallen upon Captain Asgill, of the Guards, who, as I have already mentioned, is on his way from Lancaster to camp, a martyr to the general wickedness of the cause he engaged in, and the ingratitude of those whom he served. The first reflection which arises on this black business is, what sort of men must Englishmen be, and what sort of order and discipline do they preserve in their army, when in the immediate place of their headquarters, and under the eye and nose of their commander-in-chief, a prisoner can be taken at pleasure from his confinement, and his death made a matter of sport. The history of the most savage Indians does not produce instances exactly of this kind.
What do we not understand?
They at least have a formality in their punishments. With them, it is the horridness of revenge.
Officer, what do you not understand?
But with your army, it is a still greater crime,
Signed and sealed. What
the
do you not
horridness of diversion. The British generals who have succeeded each other from the time of General Gage to yourself have all affected to speak in language that they have no right to. In their proclamations, their addresses, their letters to General Washington, and their supplications to Congress, for they deserve no other name, they talk of British honor, British generosity, and British clemency, as if those things were matters of fact, whereas we whose eyes are open, who speak the same language with yourselves, many of whom were born on the same spot with you, and who can no more be mistaken in your words than in your actions, can declare to all the world that so far as our knowledge goes, there is not a more detestable character, nor a meaner or more barbarous enemy, than the present British one. With us, you have forfeited all pretensions to reputation, and it is only by holding you like a wild beast, afraid of your keepers, that you can be made manageable. But to return to the point in question. Though I can think no man innocent who has lent his hand to destroy the country, which he did not plant, and to ruin those that he could not enslave, yet, abstracted from all ideas of right and wrong on the original question, Captain Asgill, in the present case, is not the guilty man. The villain and the victim are here separated characters. You hold the one, and we the other. You disown, or affect to disown, and reprobate the conduct of Lippincott. Yet, you give him a sanctuary, and by so doing you as effectually become the executioner of Asgill, as if you had put the rope on his neck, and dismissed him from the world. Whatever your feelings on this interesting occasion may be are best known to yourself. Within the grave of your own mind lies buried the fate of Asgill. He becomes the corpse of your will, or the survivor of your justice. Deliver up the one, and you save the other.
You're on my time.
Withhold
It's too
the
late,
one,
bitch.
and the other dies by your
I
choice.
don't want you.
On our part, the case is exceeding plain. An officer has been taken from his confinement and murdered, and the murderer is within your lines. Your army has been guilty of 1,000 instances of equal cruelty, but they have been rendered equivocal and sheltered from personal detection. Here the crime is fixed, and is one of those extraordinary cases which can neither be denied nor palliated, and to which the custom of war does not apply. For it never could be supposed that such a brutal outrage would ever be committed. It is an original in the history of civilized barbarians, and is truly British. On your part, you are accountable to us for the personal safety of the prisoners within your walls. Here can be no mistake. They can neither be spies nor suspected as such. Your security is not endangered, nor your operations subjected to miscarriage, by men immured within a dungeon. They differ in every circumstance from men in the field, and leave no pretense for severity of punishment. But if to the dismal conditions of captivity with you must be added the constant apprehensions of death, if to be imprisoned is so nearly to be entombed, and if, after all, the murderers are to be protected, and thereby the crime encouraged, wherein do you differ from American Indians, either in conduct or character? We can have no idea of your honor or your justice in any future transaction, of what nature it may be, while you shelter within your lines an outrageous murderer, and sacrifice in his stead an officer of your own. If you have no regard to us, at least spare the blood which it is your duty to save. Whether the punishments will be greater on him who, in this case, innocently dies, or on him whom sad necessity forces to retaliate, is, in the nicety of sensation, an undecided question. It rests with you to prevent the sufferings of both. You have nothing to do but to give up the murderer, and the matter ends. But to protect him, be he who he may, is to patronize his crime, and to trifle it off by frivolous and unmeaning inquiries
In the hall of the
is to
mountain.
promote it. There is no declaration you can make, nor promise you can give, that will obtain credit.
On
It is the
video.
man, and not the apology, that is demanded.
Who tried killing
You
me in
see
the
yourself
hallway?
pressed on all sides to spare the life of your own officer, for die he will if you withhold justice. The murder of Captain Huddy is an offense not to be borne with,
Huddy?
and there is no security which we can have that such actions or similar ones shall not be repeated, but by making the punishment fall upon yourselves, to destroy the last security of captivity, and to take the unarmed, the unresisting prisoner.
I'm gonna stop you right there. Who poisoned me in the hallway? Whenever I was living here by myself, I want to know that. Who put the poison in my my cereal? They tried killing me. I almost went down,
Active camo in.
but not quite. Close but no cigar. I want to know who did that. If you know, I want to know who did that.
To private and sportive execution is carrying barbarity too high for silence. The evil must be put an end to, and the choice of persons rests with you. But if your attachment to the guilty is stronger than to the innocent, you invent a crime that must destroy your character. And if the cause of your king needs to be so supported, forever cease, sir, to torture our remembrance with the wretched phrases of British honor, British generosity, and British clemency. From this melancholy circumstance, learn, sir, a lesson of morality. The refugees are men whom your predecessors have instructed in wickedness, the better to fit them to their master's purpose. To make them useful, they have made them vile, and the consequence of their tutored villainy is now descending on the heads of their encouragers. They have been trained like hounds to the scent of blood, and cherished in every species of desolate barbarity. Their ideas of right and wrong are worn away in the constant habitude of repeated infamy, till, like men practised in execution, they feel not the value of another's life. The task before you, though painful, is not difficult. Give up the murderer and save your officer, as the first outset of a necessary reformation. Signed, Common Sense.
That's Congress.
End of A Supernumerary
Signed
Crisis
Congress.
by Thomas Paine. Recording by Greg Giordano. Newport Richey, Florida.
Newport Richie.
Section 16 of The American Crisis by Thomas Paine. This is a LibriVox recording.
There's a lot to take in. The murderer, the attempted murder, and then Newport Richie. Go ahead and say whatever you want to say. Go ahead and take over my trending. Go ahead. Go ahead. You're taking that offline. We're not doing that anymore. 0. I'm not interested in you at all. Not interested in you. You're creepy as fuck. I got my answers. Task force. You didn't break anybody's house and put some poison in their cereal, did you? Was that before or after Michael Brown? I don't remember. Serial killer. If I can't defend myself, others can do it for me. Go ahead. Go ahead. Continue. You are done at this point. A kid in a candy store right now. Magic is calling. Maybe I'll end it on a good note. Hold on. How much time do we have? Chapter 17. We have what? Roughly 40 minutes. 45 minutes. We'll go back to magic. We'll be right back. We'll end it on a magic. We started it with magic. We'll end it on magic. Plus those decks. They were kind of fun to play, I'm not gonna lie. There's a lot going on, a lot to touch. A kid in a candy store. A bull in a china shop. I just picture them like writing out the cards. I used to do this. I mean, you could buy the cards, and I still did it as a kid. We would write out the cards that we wanted because we wanted to play with the decks. We didn't have the cards; they were too expensive, so we would take a piece of paper and write out the card, and then put it in the sleeve, and then play that way. I can only imagine if that's what they did. I guarantee it. I guarantee it. They couldn't play Halo, but they could play Magic. I guarantee it, now that I think about it. Task Force. You should see the look on my face right now. I'm a kid in a candy store right now. Jackson, Missouri. I'm really not kidding with you. You have the right to remain officers. Task force, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. I'm not kidding with you. These fucking kids up here, fuck you. I don't care about you at all. I'm ready to go, pack my shit and go. I'm ready for you to get the fuck off my planet. I'm really not kidding with you, though. Alright, we'll go down the list.
LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bruce Kachuk. The Crisis Number 12, to the Earl of Shelburne.
There is no mental
Published
disorder.
Philadelphia,
Hold on,
October 29th,
hold on.
1782. My lord,
I'm going to stop you right here. We're going to talk about this. There is no mental disorder here. Whatever the doctors are doing, they're doing illegally. You're playing Cold War when it's not your place. The next step. Thomas, can you please go ahead and clarify?
a speech which has been printed in several of the British and New York newspapers as coming from your lordship, in answer to one from the Duke of Richmond of the 10th of July last, contains expressions and opinions so new and singular, and so enveloped in mysterious reasoning, that I address this publication to you for the purpose of giving them a free and candid examination. The speech I allude to is in these words, quote, His lordship said it had been mentioned in another place that he had been guilty of inconsistency. To clear himself of this, he asserted that he still held the same principles in respect to American independence which he at first imbibed.
Do we make ourselves clear, Doctor? Do we make ourselves clear, Doctor? I'm not kidding with you, Chris. I don't care about that. I can go out there and kill you right now. Retaliation happens by everybody. I don't care about you. Lay down and fucking die. Excuse me. I'm gonna have to send one to Magic as well. We'll get there, but. This is what I'm talking about, though. They're talking with the cards right now. They're psychopaths. They have a mental disorder. They have a mental disorder. I'm very consistent. They're the ones. Your thought process. You're fucked. I'm not helping you. I don't want to help you. Stay the fuck away from me. Wizards. The next step is we're sending you a cease and desist. I saw that coming. Quit. Do we have magic? I'm wizards. Cease and desist. The officers. I have the right to kill them right now. What they're doing is illegal. Cease and desist. Anyway, so either you can cease and desist or I will kill you. In all seriousness.
He had been, and yet was of opinion, whenever the Parliament of Great Britain acknowledges that point, the sun of England's glory is set forever. Such were the sentiments he possessed on a former day, and such the sentiments he continued to hold at this hour. It was the opinion of Lord Chatham, as well as many other able statesmen. Other noble lords, however, think differently, and as a majority of the cabinet support them, he acquiesced in the measure, dissenting from the idea. And the point is settled for bringing the matter into the full discussion of Parliament, where it will be candidly, fairly, and impartially debated. The independence of America would end in the ruin of England, and that a peace patched up with France would give that proud enemy the means of yet trampling on this country. The sun of England's glory he wished not to see set forever. He looked for a spark at least to be left, which might in time light us up to a new day. But if independence was to be granted, if Parliament deemed that measure prudent, he foresaw, in his own mind, that England was undone. He wished to God that he had been deputed to Congress, that he might plead the cause of that country as well as of this, and that he might exercise whatever powers he possessed as an orator to save both from ruin, in a conviction to Congress that, if their independence was signed, their liberties were gone forever. Peace, his lordship added, was a desirable object, but it must be an honorable peace, and not an humiliating one, dictated by France or insisted on by America. It was very true that this kingdom was not in a flourishing state. It was impoverished by war. But if we were not rich, it was evident that France was poor. If we were straitened in our finances, the enemy were exhausted in their resources. This was a great empire. It abounded with brave men, who were able and willing to fight in a common cause. The language of humiliation should not, therefore, be the language of Great Britain. His lordship said that he was not afraid nor ashamed of those expressions going to America. There were numbers, great numbers there, who were of the same way of thinking in respect to that country being dependent on this, and who, with his lordship, perceived ruin and independence linked together." End quote. Thus far the speech on which I remark that his lordship is a total stranger to the mind and sentiments of America, that he has wrapped himself up in fond delusion that something less than independence may, under his administration, be accepted, and he wishes himself sent to Congress to prove the most extraordinary of all doctrines, which is, that independence, the sublimest of all human conditions, is loss of liberty. In answer to which we may say, that in order to know what the contrary word dependence means, we have only to look back to those years of severe humiliation, when the mildest of all petitions could obtain no other notice than the haughtiest of all insults, and when the base terms of unconditional submission were demanded, or undistinguishable destruction threatened. It is nothing to us that the ministry have been changed, for they may be changed again. The guilt of a government is the crime of a whole
Again,
country,
you can either
and
stop
the
or I
nation that
will.
can, though but for a moment, think and act as England has done, can never afterwards be believed or trusted. There are cases in which it is as impossible to restore character to life as it is to recover the dead. It is a phoenix that can expire but once, and from whose ashes there is no resurrection. Some offenses are of such a slight composition that they reach no further than the temper, and are created or cured by a thought. But the sin of England has struck the heart of America, and nature has not left in our power to say we can forgive. Your lordship wishes for an opportunity to plead before Congress the cause of England and America, and to save, as you say, both from ruin. That the country which for more than 7 years has sought our destruction should now cringe to solicit our protection is adding the wretchedness of
talking
disgrace
about the
to the
destruction of
misery of
Earth.
disappointment. And if England has the least spark of supposed honor left, that spark must be darkened by asking, and extinguished by receiving,
Are you
the
blocking my
smallest
path?
favor from America. For the criminal who owes his life to the grace and mercy of the injured is more
Wizards
executed
of
by
the
living
Coast, this
than
is your
he who
final
dies.
warning.
But 1,000 pleadings, even from your lordship, can have no
With
effect.
paperwork.
Honor, interest, and every sensation
your
of the
cease and
heart would
desist.
plead against you. We
Now.
are a people who think not as you think, and what is equally true, you cannot feel as we feel. The situations of the two countries are exceedingly different. Ours has been the seat of war. Yours has seen nothing of it. The most wanton destruction has been committed in our sight. The most insolent barbarity has been acted on our feelings. We can look round and see the remains of burnt and destroyed houses, once the fair fruit of hard industry, and now the striking monuments of British brutality. We walk over the dead whom we loved in every part of America, and remember by whom they fell. There is scarcely a village but brings to life some melancholy thought, and reminds us of what we have suffered, and of those we have
Last
lost by the
warning.
inhumanity of Britain. 1,000 images arise to us, which, from situation, you cannot see, and are accompanied by as many ideas which you cannot know, and therefore your supposed system of reasoning would apply to nothing, and all your expectations die of themselves. The question whether England shall accede to the independence of America, and which your lordship says is to undergo a parliamentary discussion, is so very simple, and composed of so few cases, that it scarcely needs a debate. It is the only way out of an expensive and ruinous war, which has no object, and without which acknowledgment there can be no peace. But your lordship says the sun of Great
Thomas
Britain
is
will
being
set
loud, yep.
whenever she acknowledges the independence of America, whereas the metaphor would have been strictly just to have left the sun wholly out of the figure, and have ascribed her not acknowledging it to the influence of the moon. But the expression, if true, is the greatest confession of disgrace that could be made, and furnishes America with the highest notions of sovereign independent importance. Mr. Wedderburn, about the year 1776, made use of an idea of much the same kind. "Relinquish America," says he. "What is it but to desire a giant to shrink spontaneously into a dwarf?" Alas, are those people who call themselves Englishmen of so little internal consequence that when America is
Anyway.
gone, or shuts her eyes upon them, their sun is set. They can shine no more, but grope about in obscurity, and contract into insignificant animals? Was America, then, the giant of the empire, and England only her dwarf in waiting? Is the case so strangely altered that those who once thought we could not live without them are now brought to declare that they cannot exist without us? Will they tell to the world, and that from their first minister of state, that America is their all in all, that it is by her importance only that they can live and breathe and have a being? Will they, who long since threatened to bring us to their feet, bow themselves to ours, and own that without us they are not a nation? Are they become so unqualified to debate on independence that they have lost all idea of it themselves, and are calling to the rocks and mountains of America to cover their insignificance?
Cool.
Or, if America is lost, is it manly to sob over it like a child for its rattle, and invite the laughter of the world by declarations of disgrace? Surely a more consistent line of conduct would be to bear it without complaint, and to show that England, without America, can preserve her independence and a suitable rank with other European powers. You were not contented while you had her, and to weep for her now is childish. But Lord Shelburne thinks something may yet be done. What that something is, or how it is to be accomplished, is a matter in obscurity. By arms there is no hope. The experience of nearly 8 years, with the expense of £100 million sterling and the loss of 2 armies, must positively decide that point. Besides, the British have lost their interest in America, with the disaffected. Every part of it has been tried. There is no new scene left for delusion, and the thousands who have been ruined by adhering to them, and have now to quit the settlements which they had acquired, and be conveyed like transports to cultivate the deserts of Augustine and Nova Scotia, has put an end to all further expectations of aid. If you cast your eyes on the people of England, what have they to console themselves with for the millions expended? Or what encouragement is there left to continue throwing good money after bad? America can carry on the war for 10 years longer, and all the charges of government included, for less than you can defray the charges of war and government for 1 year. And I, who know both countries, know well that the people of America can afford to pay their share of the expense much better than the people of England can. Besides, it is their own estates and property, their own rights, liberties, and government that they are defending. And were they not to do it, they would deserve to lose all, and none would pity them. The fault would be their own, and their punishment just. The British Army in America care not how long the war lasts. They enjoy an easy and indolent life. They fatten on the folly of one country and the spoils of another, and, between their plunder and their prey, may go home rich. But the case is very different with the laboring farmer, the working tradesman, and the necessitous poor in England, the sweat of whose brow goes day after day to feed, in prodigality and sloth, the army that is robbing both them and us. Removed from the eye of that country that supports them, and distant from the government that employs them, they cut and carve for themselves, and there is none to call them to account. But England will be ruined, says Lord Shelburne, if America is independent. Then, I say, is England already ruined, for America is already independent. And if Lord Shelburne will not allow this, he immediately denies the fact which he infers. Besides, to make England the mere creature of America is paying too great a compliment to us, and too little to himself. But the declaration is a rhapsody of inconsistency. For to say, as Lord Shelburne has numberless times said, that the war against America is ruinous, and yet to continue the prosecution of that ruinous war for the purpose of avoiding ruin, is a language which cannot be understood. Neither is it possible to see how the independence of America is to accomplish the ruin of England after the war is over, and yet not effect it before. America cannot be more independent of her, nor a greater enemy to her, hereafter than she now is. Nor can England derive less advantages from her than at present. Why then is ruin to follow in the best state of the case, and not in the worst? And if not in the worst, why is it to follow at all? That a nation is to be ruined by peace and commerce, and 14 or 15 millions a year less expenses than before, is a new doctrine in politics. We have heard much clamor of national savings and economy. But surely the true economy would be to save the whole charge of a silly, foolish, and headstrong war, because, compared with this, all other retrenchments are bubbles and trifles. But is it possible that Lord Shelburne can be serious in supposing that the least advantage can be obtained by arms, or that any advantage can be equal to the expense or the danger of attempting it? Will not the capture of one army after another satisfy him? Must all become prisoners? Must England ever be the sport of hope and the victim of delusion? Sometimes our currency was to fail. Another time our army was to disband. Then whole provinces were to revolt. Such a general said this and that. Another wrote so and so. Lord Chatham was of this opinion, and Lord somebody else of another. Today 20,000 Russians and 20 Russian ships of the line were to come. Tomorrow the Empress was abused without mercy or decency. Then the Emperor of Germany was to be bribed with $1 million of money, and the King of Prussia was to do wonderful things. At one time it was, lo, here, and then it was, lo, there. Sometimes this power, and sometimes that power, was to engage in the war, just as if the whole world was mad and foolish, like Britain. And thus, from year to year, has every straw been catched at, and every will-with-a-wisp led them a new dance. This year a still newer folly is to take place. Lord Shelburne wishes to be sent to Congress, and he thinks that something may be done. Are not the repeated declarations of Congress, and which all America supports, that they will not even hear any proposals whatever until the unconditional and unequivocal independence of America is recognized? Are not, I say, these declarations answer enough? But for England to receive anything from America now, after so many insults, injuries, and outrages acted towards us, would show such a spirit of meanness in her that we could not but despise her for accepting it. And so far from Lord Shelburne's coming here to solicit it, it would be the greatest disgrace we could do them to offer it. England would appear a wretch indeed, at this time of day, to ask or owe anything to the bounty of America. Has not the name of Englishman blots enough upon it, without inventing more? Even Lucifer would scorn to reign in heaven by permission, and yet an Englishman can creep for only an entrance into America. Or has a land of liberty so many charms, that to be a doorkeeper in it is better than to be an English minister of state? But what can this expected something be? Or, if obtained, what can it amount to but new disgraces, contentions, and quarrels? The people of America have for years accustomed themselves to think and speak so freely and contemptuously of English authority, and the inveteracy is so deeply rooted that a person invested with any authority from that country, and attempting to exercise it here, would have the life of a toad under a harrow. They would look on him as an interloper, to whom their compassion permitted a residence. He would be no more than the Mungo of a farce, and if he disliked that, he must set off. It would be a station of degradation, debased by our pity and despised by our pride, and would place England in a more contemptible situation than any she has yet been in during the war. We have too high an opinion of ourselves, even to think of yielding again the least obedience to outlandish authority, and for 1,000 reasons England would be the last country in the world to yield it to. She has been treacherous, and we know it. Her character is gone, and we have seen the funeral. Surely she loves to fish in troubled waters, and drink the cup of contention, or she would not now think of mingling her affairs with those of America. It would be like a foolish dotard, taking to his arms the bride that despises him, or who has placed on his head the ensigns of her disgust. It is kissing the hand that boxes his ears, and proposing to renew the exchange. The thought is as servile as the war is wicked, and shows the last scene of the drama to be as inconsistent as the first. As America is gone, the only act of manhood is to let her go. Your lordship had no hand in the separation, and you will gain no honor by temporizing politics. Besides, there is something so exceedingly whimsical, unsteady, and even insincere in the present conduct of England, that she exhibits herself in the most dishonorable colors. On the 2nd of August last, General Carleton and Admiral Digby wrote to General Washington in these words, quote, "The resolution of the House of Commons of the 27th of February last has been placed in your Excellency's hands, and intimations given at the same time that further pacific measures were likely to follow, since which, until the present time, we have had no direct communications with England. But a mail is now arrived which brings us very important information. We are acquainted, sir, by authority, that negotiations for a general peace have already commenced at Paris, and that Mr. Grenville is invested with full powers to treat with all the parties at war, and is now at Paris in execution of his commission. And we are further, sir, made acquainted that His Majesty, in order to remove any obstacles to this peace which he so ardently wishes to restore, has commanded his ministers to direct Mr. Grenville that the independence of the 13 United Provinces should be proposed by him in the first instance, instead of making it a condition of a general treaty." End quote. Now, taking your present measures into view, and comparing them with the declaration in this letter, pray what is the word of your king, or his ministers, or the Parliament, good for? Must we not look upon you as a confederated body of faithless, treacherous men, whose assurances are fraud, and their language deceit? What opinion can we possibly form of you, but that you are a lost, abandoned, profligate nation, who sport even with your own character, and are to be held by nothing but the bayonet or the halter? To say after this that the sun of Great Britain will be set whenever she acknowledges the independence of America, when the not doing it is the unqualified lie of government, can be no other than the language of ridicule, the jargon of inconsistency. There were thousands in America who predicted the delusion, and looked upon it as a trick of treachery, to take us from our guard, and draw off our attention from the only system of finance by which we can be called, or deserve to be called, a sovereign, independent people. The fraud on your part might be worth attempting, but the sacrifice to obtain it is too high. There are others who credited the assurance because they thought it impossible that men who had their characters to establish would begin with a lie. The prosecution of the war by the former ministry was savage and horrid, since which it has been mean, trickish, and delusive. The one went greedily into the passion of revenge, the other into the subtleties of low
hacking my
contrivance,
chat.
till, between the
next
crimes
step,
of both,
this is your
there was
warning.
scarcely left a man in America, be he Whig
I hate
or
to break it to
Tory,
you.
who does not despise or detest the conduct of Britain. The management of Lord Shelburne, whatever may be his views, is a caution to us, and must be to the world, never to regard British assurances. A perfidy so notorious cannot be hid. It stands even in the public papers of New York, with the names of Carleton and Digby affixed to it. It is a proclamation that the King of England is not to be believed, that the spirit of lying is the governing principle of the ministry. It is holding up the character of the House of Commons to public infamy, and warning all men not to credit them. Such are the consequences which Lord Shelburne's management has brought upon his country. After the authorized declarations contained in Carleton and Digby's letter, you ought, from every motive of honor, policy, and prudence, to have fulfilled them, whatever might have been the event. It was the least atonement that you could possibly make to America, and the greatest kindness you could do to yourselves, for you will save millions by a general peace, and you will lose as many by continuing the war. Signed, Common Sense. P.S. The manuscript copy of this letter is sent your lordship by the way of our headquarters to New York, enclosing a late pamphlet of mine addressed to the Abbé Raynal, which will serve to give your lordship some idea of the principles and sentiments of America. Signed, C.S. End of The Crisis Number 12 by Thomas Paine. Section 17 of The American Crisis by Thomas Paine. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bruce Kachuk. The Crisis Number 13. Thoughts on the Peace and Probable Advantages Thereof. Published Philadelphia, April 19, 1783. The times that tried men's souls, footnote, these are the times that try men's souls, The Crisis Number 1, published December 1776, end footnote, are over, and the greatest and completest revolution the world ever knew, gloriously and happily accomplished. But to pass from the extremes of danger to safety, from the tumult of war to the tranquillity of peace, though sweet in contemplation, requires a gradual composure of the senses to receive it. Even calmness has the power of stunning when it opens too instantly upon us. The long and raging hurricane that should cease in a moment would leave us in a state rather of wonder than enjoyment, and some moments of recollection must pass before we could be capable of tasting the felicity of repose. There are but few instances in which the mind is fitted for sudden transitions. It takes in its pleasures by reflection and comparison, and those must have time to act before the relish for new scenes is complete. In the present case, the mighty magnitude of the object, the various uncertainties of fate it has undergone, the numerous and complicated dangers we have suffered or escaped, the eminence we now stand on, and the vast prospect before us, must all conspire to impress us with contemplation. To see it in our power to make a world happy, to teach mankind the art of being so, to exhibit on the theatre of the universe a character hitherto unknown, and to have, as it were, a new creation entrusted to our hands, are honors that command reflection, and can neither be too highly estimated nor too gratefully received. In this pause, then, of recollection, while the storm is ceasing, and the long agitated mind vibrating to a rest, let us look back on the scenes we have passed, and learn from experience what is yet to be done. Never, I say, had a country so many openings to happiness as this. Her setting out in life, like the rising of a fair morning, was unclouded and promising. Her cause was good, her principles just and liberal, her temper serene and firm, her conduct regulated by the nicest steps, and everything about her wore the mark of honor. It is not every country, perhaps there is not another in the world, that can boast so fair an origin. Even the first settlement of America corresponds with the character of the Revolution. Rome, once the proud mistress of the universe, was originally a band of ruffians. Plunder and rapine made her rich, and her oppression of millions made her great. But America need never be ashamed to tell her birth, nor relate the stages by which she rose to empire. The remembrance, then, of what is past, if it operates rightly, must inspire her with the most laudable of all ambition, that of adding to the fair fame she began with. The world has seen her great in adversity, struggling, without a thought of yielding, beneath accumulated difficulties, bravely, nay proudly, encountering distress, and rising in resolution as the storm increased. All this is justly due to her, for her fortitude has merited the character. Let, then, the world see that she can bear prosperity, and that her honest virtue in time of peace is equal to the bravest virtue in time of war. She is now descending to the scenes of quiet and domestic life, not beneath the cypress shade of disappointment, but to enjoy in her own land, and under her own vine, the sweet of her labors, and the reward of her toil. In this situation may she never forget that a fair national reputation is of as much importance as independence, that it possesses a charm that wins upon the world, and makes even enemies civil, that it gives a dignity which is often superior to power, and commands reverence where pomp and splendor fail. It would be a circumstance ever to be lamented and never to be forgotten, where a single blot, from any cause whatever, suffered to fall on a revolution, which to the end of time must be an honor to the age that accomplished it, and which has contributed more to enlighten the world and diffuse a spirit of freedom and liberality among mankind than any human event, if this may be called one, that ever preceded it. It is not among the least of the calamities of a long-continued war that it unhinges the mind from those nice sensations which at other times appear so amiable. The continual spectacle of woe blunts the finer feelings, and the necessity of bearing with the sight renders it familiar. In like manner are many of the moral obligations of society weakened, till the custom of acting by necessity becomes an apology, where it is truly a crime. Yet let but a nation conceive rightly of its character, and it will be chastely just in protecting it. None ever began with a fairer than America, and none can be under a greater obligation to preserve it.
Hey, Star
The debt
Trek.
which America has contracted,
Guess what?
compared with the cause she has gained, and the advantages to flow from it, ought scarcely to be mentioned. She has it in her choice to do, and to live as happily as she pleases. The world is in her hands. She has no foreign power to monopolize her commerce, perplex her legislation, or control her prosperity. The struggle is over, which must one day have happened, and perhaps never could have happened at a better time.
I don't want those cards.
And instead of a domineering master, she has gained an ally whose exemplary greatness and
transition,
universal
you know,
liberality have extorted a confession, even from her enemies. Insert that the revolution began at the exact period of time best fitted to the purpose is sufficiently proved by the event. But the great hinge on which the whole machine turned is the union of the states.
No.
And
Try
this
again.
union was naturally produced by the inability of any one state to support itself against any foreign enemy without the assistance of the rest. Had the states severally been less able than they
Hey!
were when the war began, their united strength would
It's
not
your
have
last
been equal
warning.
to the undertaking, and they must, in all human probability, have failed. And, on the other hand, had they severally been more able, they might not have seen, or, what is more, might not have felt, the necessity of uniting, and, either by attempting to stand alone
your
or in
last
small
warning.
confederacies, would have been separately conquered. Now, as we cannot see a time, and many years must pass away before it can arrive, when the strength of any one state, or several united, can be equal to the whole of the present United States, and as we have seen the extreme difficulty of collectively prosecuting the war to a successful issue, and preserving our national importance in the world, therefore, from the experience we have had, and the knowledge we have gained, we must, unless we make a waste of wisdom, be strongly impressed with the
There you
advantage,
go.
as
You
well
got
as
it.
the necessity, of strengthening that happy union which had been our salvation, and without which we should have been a ruined people. While I was writing this note, I cast my eye on the pamphlet Common Sense, from which I shall make an extract, as it exactly applies to the case. It is as follows, quote, I have never met with a man, either in England or America, who has not confessed it as his opinion that a separation between the countries would take place, one time or other. And there is no instance in which we have shown less judgment than in endeavoring to describe what we call the rightness or fitness of the continent for independence. As all men allow the measure, and differ only in their opinion of the time, let us, in order to remove mistakes, take a general survey of things, and endeavor, if possible, to find out the very
That
time.
means remove yourself.
But we need not to go far. The inquiry ceases at once, for the time has
Now.
found us. The general concurrence, the glorious union of all things, prove the fact. It is not in numbers, but in a union, that our great strength lies. The continent has just arrived at that pitch of strength in which no single colony is able to support itself, and the whole, when united, can accomplish the matter, and either more or less than this might be fatal in its effects.
Hey, Chris.
End quote. End insert. With the blessings of peace, independence, and an universal commerce, the states, individually and collectively, will have leisure and opportunity to regulate and
Either you can
establish their
remove
domestic
yourself-
concerns, and to put it beyond the power of calumny to throw the least reflection on their honor. Character is much easier kept than recovered, and that man, if any such there be, who, from sinister views, or littleness of soul, lends unseen his hand to injure it, contrives a wound it will never be in his power to
What are we not
heal.
understanding?
As we have established an inheritance for posterity, let that inheritance descend,
We've
with every
established it.
mark of an honorable conveyance. The little it will...
Do you hear him? We've established it. I can kill you right now. Remove yourself. Now. Okay, so let's go ahead and repeat it, Thomas. I have the right to kill them.
cost, compared with the worth of the states, the greatness of the object, and the value of the national character, will be a profitable exchange. But that which must more forcibly strike a thoughtful, penetrating mind, and which includes and renders easy all inferior concerns, is the union of the states. On this our great national character depends. It is this which must give us importance abroad and security at home. It is through this only that we are, or can be, nationally known in the world. It is the flag of the United States which renders our ships and commerce safe on the seas or in a foreign port. Our Mediterranean passes must be obtained under the same style.
Goodbye.
All our treaties, whether of alliance, peace, or commerce, are formed under the sovereignty of the United States, and Europe knows us by no other name or title. The division of the empire into
Clayton
states is
Smith.
for our own convenience, but abroad this distinction ceases. The affairs of each state are local. They can go no further than to itself, and were the whole worth of even the richest of them expended in revenue, it would not be sufficient to support sovereignty against a foreign attack. In short, we have no other national sovereignty than as United States. It would even be fatal for us if we had, too expensive to be maintained, and impossible to be supported. Individuals or individual states may call themselves what they please, but the world, and especially the world of enemies, is not to be held in awe by the whistling of a name. Sovereignty must have power to protect all the parts that compose and constitute it. And as United States, we are equal to the importance of the title, but otherwise we are not. Our union, well and wisely regulated and cemented, is the cheapest way of being great, the easiest way of being powerful, and the happiest invention in government which the circumstances of America can admit of, because it collects from each state that which, by being inadequate, can be of no use to it, and forms an aggregate that serves for all. The states of Holland are an unfortunate instance of the effects of individual sovereignty. Their disjointed condition exposes them to numerous intrigues, losses, calamities, and enemies, and the almost impossibility of bringing their measures to a decision, and that decision into execution, is to them, and would be to us, a source of endless misfortune. It is with confederated states as with individuals in society. Something must be yielded up to make the whole secure. In this view of things we gain by what we give, and draw an annual interest greater than the capital. I ever feel myself hurt when I hear the Union, that great palladium of our liberty and safety, the least irreverently spoken of. It is the most sacred thing in the Constitution of America, and that which every man should be most proud and tender of. Our citizenship in the United States is our national character. Our citizenship in any particular state is only our local distinction. By the latter we are known at home, by the former to the world. Our great title is Americans. Our inferior one varies with the place. So far as my endeavors could go, they have all been directed to conciliate the affections, unite the interests, and draw and keep the mind of the country together. And the better to assist in this foundation work of the Revolution, I have avoided all places of profit or office, either in the state I live in or in the United States, kept myself at a distance from all parties and party connections, and even disregarded all private and inferior concerns. And when we take into view the great work which we have gone through, and feel, as we ought to feel, the just importance of it, we shall then see that the little wranglings and indecent contentions of personal parley are as dishonorable to our characters as they are injurious to our repose. It was the cause of America that made me an author. The force with which it struck my mind, and the dangerous condition the country appeared to me in, by courting an impossible and an unnatural reconciliation with those who were determined to reduce her, instead of striking out into the only line that could cement and save her, a declaration of independence, made it impossible for
about
me,
to get shot.
feeling as I did, to be silent. And if, in the course of more than 7 years, I have rendered her any service, I have likewise added something to the reputation of literature by freely and disinterestedly employing it in the great cause of mankind, and showing that there may be genius without prostitution. Independence always appeared to me practicable and probable, provided the sentiment of the country could be formed and held to the object, and there is no instance in the world where a people so extended and wedded to former habits of thinking, and under such a variety of circumstances, were so instantly and effectually pervaded by a turn in politics, as in the case of independence, and who supported their opinion, undiminished, through such a succession of good and ill fortune, till they crowned it with success. But, as the scenes of war are closed, and every man preparing for home and happier times, I therefore take my leave of the subject. I have most sincerely followed it from beginning to end, and through all its turns and windings, and whatever country I may hereafter be in, I shall always feel an honest pride at the part I have taken and acted, and a gratitude to nature and Providence for putting it in my power to be of some use to mankind. Signed, Common Sense. End of The Crisis Number 13 by Thomas Paine. Section 18 of The American Crisis by Thomas Paine. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit
They understand they're
LibriVox.org.
about to get shot, right?
Recording by Bruce Kachuk. A Supernumerary Crisis. To the People of America. Published New York, December 9th, 1783. In Rivington's New York Gazette of December 6th is a publication under the appearance of a letter from London, dated September 30th, and is on a subject which demands the attention of the United States. The public will remember that a treaty of commerce between the United States and England was set on foot last spring, and that until the said treaty could be completed, a bill was brought into the British Parliament by the then Chancellor of the Exchequer, Mr. Pitt, to admit and legalize, as the case then required, the commerce of the United States into the British ports and dominions. But neither the one nor the other has been completed. The commercial treaty is either broken off or remains as it began, and the bill in Parliament has been thrown aside. And in lieu thereof, a
I
selfish
need to feel
system
like
of
that
English
presence
politics has started
isn't
up,
there. That
calculated to
algorithm
fetter
needs
the
to
commerce of
change.
America by engrossing
about
to
to get
England
shot.
the carrying trade of the American produce
Legally.
to the West India Islands. Among the advocates for this last measure is Lord Sheffield, a member
much
of the
you wanna
British
bet you don't do
Parliament,
anything?
who has published a pamphlet
I
entitled
shoot it on the road.
Observations on the Commerce of the American States. The pamphlet has two objects. The one is to allure the Americans
shoot
to
it on
purchase
the
British
road.
manufacturers, and the other
I
to
need to feel
spirit
like your
up the
presence
British
isn't
Parliament
there.
to prohibit
Stay
the
the fuck away
citizens of the
from
United States from trading to the West India Islands.
I'm not kidding with you.
Viewed in this light,
I don't wanna be a
the
part of your
pamphlet,
team.
though in some parts dexterously written, is an absurdity. It offends in the very act of endeavoring to ingratiate, and his lordship, as a politician, ought not to have suffered the two objects to have appeared together. The latter alluded to contains extracts from the pamphlet, with high encomiums on Lord Sheffield for laboriously endeavoring, as the letter styles it, to show the mighty advantages of retaining the carrying trade. Since the publication of this pamphlet in England, the commerce of the United States to the West Indies in American vessels has been prohibited, and all intercourse, except in British bottoms, the property of, and navigated by British subjects, cut off. That a country has a right to be as foolish as it pleases has been proved by the practice of England for many years past. In her island situation, sequestered from the world, she forgets that her whispers are heard by other nations, and in her plans of politics and commerce she seems not to know that other votes are necessary besides her own. America would be equally as foolish as Britain, were she to suffer so great a degradation on her flag, and such a stroke on the freedom of her commerce, to pass without a balance. We admit the right of any nation to prohibit the commerce of another into its own dominions, where there are no treaties to the contrary. But as this right belongs to one side as well as the other, there is always a way left to bring avarice and insolence to reason. But the ground of security which Lord Sheffield has chosen to erect his policy upon is of a nature which ought, and I think must, awaken in every American a just and strong sense of national dignity. Lord Sheffield appears to be sensible that in advising the British nation and Parliament to engross to themselves so great a part of the carrying trade of America, he is attempting a measure which cannot succeed, if the politics of the United States be properly directed to counteract the assumption. But, says he in his pamphlet, it will be a long time before the American states can be brought to act as a nation. Neither are they to be feared as such by us.
Hey!
What is this,
Chris,
more or less,
you're
than to
about to
tell
get
us
killed.
that while we have no national system of commerce, the British will govern our trade by their own laws and proclamations as they please. The quotation discloses a truth too serious to be overlooked, and too mischievous not to be remedied. Among other circumstances which led them to this discovery, none could operate so effectually as the injudicious, uncandid, and indecent opposition made by sundry persons in a certain state to the recommendations of Congress last winter for an import duty of 5%. It could not but explain to the British a weakness in the national power of America, and encourage them to attempt restrictions on her trade, which otherwise they would not have dared to hazard. Neither is there any state in the Union whose policy was more misdirected to its interest than the state I allude to, because her principal support is the carrying trade, which Britain, induced by the want of a well-centered power in the United States to protect and secure, is now attempting to take away. It fortunately happened, and to no state in the Union more than the state in question, that the terms of peace were agreed on before the opposition appeared. Otherwise, there cannot be a doubt that if the same idea of the diminished authority of America had occurred to them at that time, as has occurred to them since, but they would have made the same grasp
You have
at the
the right to
fisheries
remain silent.
as they have done at the carrying trade. It is surprising that an authority which can be supported with so much ease, and so little expense, and capable of such extensive advantages to the country, should be cavilled at by those whose duty it is to watch over it, and whose existence as a people depends upon it. But this, perhaps, will ever be the case, till some misfortune awakens us into reason, and the instance now before us is but a gentle beginning of what America must expect, unless she guards her Union with nicer care and stricter honor. United, she is formidable, and that with the least possible charge a nation can be so. Separated, she is a medley of individual nothings, subject to the sport of foreign nations. It is very probable that the ingenuity of commerce may have found out a method
test
to
me on
evade
it?
and supersede the intentions of the British in interdicting the trade with the West India Islands. The language of both being the same, and their customs well understood, the vessels of one country may, by deception, pass for those of another.
Hey, did I just
But
shoot
this
that bow
would be a
out there,
practice
Thomas?
too debasing for a sovereign people to stoop to, and too profligate not to be discountenanced. An illicit trade, under any shape it can be placed, cannot be carried on without a violation of truth. America is now sovereign and independent, and ought to conduct her affairs in a regular style of character. She has the same right to say that no British vessel shall enter ports, or that no British manufactures shall be imported but in American bottoms, the property of and navigated by American subjects, as Britain has to say the same thing respecting the West Indies. Or she may lay a duty of 10, 15, or 20 shillings per ton, exclusive of other duties, on every British vessel coming from any port of the West Indies, where she is not admitted to trade, the said tonnage to continue as long on her side as the prohibition continues on the other. But it is only by acting in union that the usurpations of foreign nations on the freedom of trade can be counteracted, and security extended to the commerce of America. And when we view a flag, which to the eye is beautiful, and to contemplate its rise and origin inspires a sensation of sublime delight, our national honor must unite with our interest to prevent injury to the one or insult to the other. Signed, Common Sense. End of A Supernumerary Crisis to the People of America by Thomas Paine. End of The American Crisis by Thomas Paine.
Very well done. Thank you for that. Thank you for giving me permission to defend myself. Signed and sealed with documentation. Thank you. Me specifically. The word progress. Until dawn. That's until dawn. Progress. That's all you need to say. We're making progress. That's Taylor's battle style. You already revealed it with Simba. Symbolic. I had the right to kill you, okay? Very well done, though. Amazing. Absolutely unreal. Both of them. Today was a little bit rougher. They were jumping on my back. End of story. I was being harassed every step of the way. They were not making that easy. They were not. At all. Thank you for giving me permission, Congress. We're almost there. To actually get up in your face and pull the trigger. We're almost there. Almost. Do I want to? No, I do not want to. It sounds like work. It sounds like something that nobody wants to do. So... that's just where we're at. He is breaking it down. Like, he might as well be the president. Let's be honest. He's breaking it down step by step, every section, every element that the country is dealing with. Give me a minute. I'm having to think of two things at once here. So, again, I tried pausing it and talking about it as I was going, so I feel like I don't really need to rethink and go through this again and summarize everything. Really good conversations. A pleasure to be around. A pleasure to listen to. A pleasure to think about. All around, it was very well. It's pretty much, he even signed Common Sense. It's just an extension of Common Sense of his grievances and his worries about the country. And what was that? Was he up for running as president? Like, it was him, George, like, the decisions, he was one of them. I could definitely see that. The reason why not is he draws it out. Instead of simplifying everything, he extends it, and it's almost like a run-on sentence over and over and over again. The bully. As you repeat exactly what I say, the bully. There are definitely some bullies. What do? You get a gun. You make an invention to protect yourself. What's not going to happen as far as protecting yourself, and I see what you're doing with these towers, these rods. You're not going to offer services in the private of someone's home, duping them, regardless of the policy is written or not. It's like a book. Do I need to do an audio book on your rules? You know what I mean? We're not doing that. That's not how you're not going to provide that service and trick everybody into letting you in their homes and then turn around and killing everybody because they figured out what was going on, which is what it seems like you're doing. You're trying to say that you, as a business or an individual, have the right to defend yourselves with that rod, because everybody gave you permission to be there, and now they're going after you. No. End of story. First of all, you didn't invent it. It's not your invention. It was stolen. So let's get that clear right now. Second, you're not getting past the wall. Unreasonable search and seizures. You are not getting past that wall, no matter what. Permission, no permission. It's too easy to trick people and dupe them into giving you permission. It's the classic TV show movie where the vampire is trying to trick the homeowner into getting inside the house. It's like Spike on Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Like, he's constantly trying to trick her. And, he needs inside that house. You know what I mean? We're not doing that. No matter what you do or say, no matter what policy, no matter what law. I am the original founding father. I do have permission to kill you, signed and sealed. It was entrusted to me as an individual. On top of that, I have a friend that is flying above you in the sky that will kill you, as it showed earlier, as it came through with the clouds. As we're going through this, and I have permission to kill you legally and to defend myself. It's like the clouds parted and the sun came out of the sky. I'm not kidding with you. I don't like your presence. I don't want you around. No matter who you are. I didn't come to you. I'm not coming to you. The ones that I am coming to, they're not responding to me. Those are the ones I'm going to. Those are the ones I want to talk to. There's a reason. Stop. Stop trying to jump on me. Stop trying to get in my life where you don't belong, where I don't want you there. I didn't ask you to be there. As far as a mutual agreement, Mr. Thomas, the alien and the Ark. So there's where the confusion happened with Caesar and the Northern Star. Either you're an alien, and that's it. That conversation, that's you, the alien, or you're just full of shit. You're just saying that. To me, it's doubtful that you figured out, especially in the past. Though he did, Thomas mentioned they don't have the knowledge of the Egyptians' embalmment. So it's hard to imagine that they figured out, like, they zoomed in on the Northern Star all the way down to the core of it, and it's me, and then they put it in a little glass jar. That's logically that's not there. These decks, though, I really enjoy these decks. I'm glad these are good decks. I'm happy with these, especially for America. Like the pride I have right there. That feels good. I don't expect to win every time. It's the presence. I don't want your presence there. Period. You don't belong there. They even told you the reason prior to any engagement, prior to any grievances that you personally had. You knew it prior to ever being there. It was intentionally done. War, no war. I personally don't care. I do not care. At all. I've fired more than one warning shot. So go ahead and search for it all you want and sell it and keep it for $1 million. Do whatever the fuck you think you're going to do. Those are warning shots. Now that I have permission, I feel good about it. I feel at ease. I'm at peace. Thank you, Thomas. Thank you, Congress. That definitely relaxes me. I'm definitely aware that these people, they just don't care. It's their own personal greed and their own personal desires. They just don't care. They got caught red-handed. They're doing what criminals do that got caught red-handed. Either they're going to submit to it or they're going to run away from it. I don't know what else to tell you. That's where you're at. I've sent you cease and desist to 2 people. I don't want their presence there. I don't care if it's the employee. I don't care if it's the owner. You're not welcome. I will play the game without you. Okay? I don't want to be a part of your team if that's how you're going to do it. It's not legal. What you're doing is not legal. Remove that picture is the next step. Like, I'm about to take over. I'm about to commandeer your shit. The transition. I don't want to see that. Quit putting that picture, that image into people's head with no words. Everybody knows what you're doing. No problem at all. No problem at all. No problem whatsoever. No problem. Problem. You're smiling in my face, bitch. You're the vice president. And I just got permission from the first Congress to kill you. What are you going to do about it? You're not welcome. The prostitution. In agreement? Everybody's in agreement. If I could live back, how I got stuck with these people, and I didn't get stuck with you. Being stuck with you would have been a breath of fresh air. I'm drunk right now. I mean, I listen to your advice. You're like fathers. You're like sons, you know? These people are not. I don't want to hear anything they have to say. I don't even want to look at them. I don't want to hear their voice. I don't want to see them. I don't want to... I'm not acknowledging them. Don't look. Don't come near me. Stay the fuck away. As far away as you could possibly go. You have the right to remain silent. Every single one of you. You've lost your way. Again, how I got stuck with you. Maybe this is like The founding fathers. Maybe that's it. Like, give me some motivation. But it makes me not want to. You're that bad. You are that bad. 3 million people versus 316 million people. I mean what I say. I'm not having a conversation with you. We're not. You're past that. You kept gaslighting me. I told you to stop and you kept doing it. I don't know what else to tell you. You did it to yourselves. I have no respect for you whatsoever. None. Zero. I am in disgust of you. I'm embarrassed of you. I'm 35 years old, have no job, have no money. I live at home with my parents. I am embarrassed of you. I'm not interested in their personal opinions or anything that they have to say. This love after lockup is what I see. This is what I'm talking about. This is why they're giving me permission to kill you. This is why they're giving me permission to kill you. Musk, I have the right to kill you. I'm not kidding with you. Stop. It's not a joke. You've been caught red-handed. There are no drugs involved. I smoke pot, I smoke tobacco. It wouldn't make a bit of a difference, Pennsylvania. You keep trying to weasel your way out and come up with reasons why. You have the right to remain silent. If you don't comply, you will be killed. People have went to jail for less. People have died for less. People have died for less. So, John, this is your last warning. I'm not kidding with you at all. You guys want to bet me on it? I'm not worried about that. UK, they already told me. They already told me not to listen to your lies. I'm not gonna listen to you over them. Come on, man. UK, come on, be real. I'm not gonna listen to that. I'm not interested in that. I'm not interested in any of this. I should be getting this for free. Like, it shouldn't be cutting me off at all. I don't care to learn how to hack, like, and figure that out on my own. It needs to be free. Not interested. Why do they keep... I'm trying to figure you out, and why do you keep repeating the same things over and over again? The American crisis. There's a lot to think about. He made it seem like it was worse than it probably what it was, honestly. The transition period of technology, I think it's more what it was. Like, they were having problems transitioning. As far as like septic tanks, the toilet, which I showed them how to make for the most part. So I think they were having troubles there. Constant bearing down on them from England. Constant battles. Like, you're dealing with new land. So who owns that land? You know what I mean? As far as new countries go, who claims that? Who claims that? Like, how are you affiliated? It's such a new country. How are you a citizen of it? I think is what it came down to. Which, I mean, how do you? Like, how do you be a new country just starts? How do you become a citizen of that country and not a spy? How do you determine who to trust and who not to trust? A lot of worries there. He was mentioning a lot of the things that were going on. They were just basically basing it off of the king and the parliament, what they already had, and it's because, I mean, what else do you have to go off? You're basically trying to come up with your own like land. It's like Minecraft. Where do you start? Like I just saw. Where do you start? You have to have some basis. That's the paradox, you know, with the pharaohs back in the day and Moses, when he finds the burning bush, which is the Ark of the Covenant, which is me, establishing laws. It's the paradox. There was still a basis, a root of that system. And I think, like I said, from common sense, a lot of the oppression in England probably came from, like I said, Bosch and the paintings. If you look at the medieval paintings, they had like the serial killer on the side, hanging the guy up. So that's the oppression. A lot of it probably comes from that, and they needed more structure. They needed to in order to stop that, they had to control the entire situation as a whole. And it was a matter of trust. He trusted himself, but not others. And so that makes him seem oppressive. But really, he has better intentions. You know what I mean? If he were to let that go, it would go back to the medieval era, where people are just kind of doing whatever the nature takes over, and people are dying left and right, and it just wasn't a good situation, like the plague. We're not giving these people the time of the day. As long as they're gaslighting and doing what they're doing, they're not getting any kind of attention. The people in the past, we're not giving them any kind of attention. And I really don't see why the people in the past would waste their time. I don't see why an alien would put me inside a device and waste its time. You're not getting attention. I'm not giving you a blue ribbon. I'm not giving you a pat on the back. Until my needs are met, because the land is mine. Until my needs are met, you're fucked. End of discussion. I've been given permission from the authority, original authority, It's sad to watch. Don't waste your time, like I said, as I sit there and watch their propaganda and they try to manipulate people through Twitter trending. But that was definitely it was very good. I'm gonna keep going on the American Revolution. Maybe I can find some other authors, some other literature from that era. Very frustrating, Mr. Paine. Very, very frustrating. These people are more than frustrating. As I get permission, more than frustrating. I don't want anything to do with them. I don't respect you. It's over. It doesn't matter who you are. I'm that mad at this country. I am abandoning you. Not out of hate for my country, but for the people inside of it. $33 trillion in debt. You didn't pay me. I'm the one you're in debt to. I own everything. You owe me. We're not. They just told you. What are they not getting? What don't they understand? I'm giving you a chance to say. This is your chance to use Twitter trending to harass me and gaslight and further dig your hole deeper. What are they not understanding? What aren't they understanding? It's not a robot. It's not a robot. It's my way. Like, it's no. What do we... I'm not interested in that. So, Mr. Paine, as you can see, Congress, as you can see, it's more than a mental disorder. Inconsistent. Just flat out lies. Defamation. Bad light. Harassment. Torture. It's about intentions. It's not the problem. It's intentions. Well, I definitely see if he was running for president, if he was one of the nominees, like a Grammy, I could definitely see why they did not choose him. George was a little bit more straight and to the point. It wasn't as long, it was nice and simple. He got his point across from what I read. I mean, there's more I can read. As far as presidents go, you know what I mean? I could honestly, I could buy Common Sense. I could buy Thomas Paine's books, and I could sit there and read it all day. It's like Harry Potter, where I could probably read it over and over, especially because it's about me and it's towards me and it has to do with me. My problem with it is it's the heat of the moment. I had to take a picture of it just in case something were to happen to the video and I were to lose that, because it's technology and those things can happen. And nowadays people are that spiteful to do that. And on top of that, they are in that much trouble. And it's kind of like, for Congress Like, Congress just gave me permission to kill who I need to kill, who's harassing me. So if I were to lose it, that's basically my signature. That moment is the signature and that seal. So if I were to lose that, it would be frustrating. It would be detrimental. That's why we're taking pictures of it. Like, for me to go back and try to do that again, it would not work. That moment is the moment they're talking about. I say that, no, I think, well, he did say he didn't write for months. So maybe if that were to happen, maybe I could go back, but it's my land and they are not complying. That's the trouble we're having. This is what I'm talking about. The flashes, they're flashing stuff. You see it, Mr. Paine? You see when they're flashing names or they're flashing images as I'm trying to exit the room? It's a mental thing. Bicky, Selena, you're using Bicky there. This Bicky was having a seizure, David. Bicky was having a seizure in your pool, and that's me and Bicky. What Selena's doing on Rare, the cover. He was laying in the bathtub and he started having a seizure when I was feeding him, and I basically had to stand over him and watch him to make sure he didn't drown. And I don't have a problem with Selena. I was by myself in a private drive, surrounded by trees. It's not okay to do that. It's not okay to do that. Again, these guys, there's no fanatic here. I like you. I like the image you portray. Now that I know that I'm the founding father of the country, the king. Synopsis here. What else do we have to say about Thomas? Where you at, Thomas? Let's look at the actual paperwork. He would have had to write all that. That was like a 5 hour. That was like a 9 hour fucking reading. All on that kind of paper. Okay, there it is. A little bit better. And it looks like a typewriter. That makes me feel better. If he would have handwritten that. I mean, they did it back in the day, prior to the typewriter. As he says, like, a lot of them were born here in this spot. He even talks about, like, from the beach, they have to retreat. He even mentions the river. So, as I look at this picture, a lot of them were born here. Like a doctor's office. The torture outside. Hey, that's what I'm talking about. The torture. You're about to get shut down. You're on my land. I'm not kidding. You're not doing business anymore. I just was given permission, even though I didn't need it. The personal attacks. Like, what do you... Quit flashing shit in front of my face. I'm gonna sit here and let you flash it. Hold on. Let me watch this. Do I need to bring up... And they're putting pressure on my pinky right now. With the, I guess in an attempt to try and disorient me, to make me feel... To slur my words or, be inconsistent in my speech. I don't know what they're thinking. I really don't. It sounds to me like desperation. They've been caught red-handed. People don't want to go to war. They don't want to kill you. And they're just kind of like sitting back watching it at this point. It's kind of like, well, what do we do? I'm not a trained killer, you know? I'm not a trained killer. I'm not interested in this. You know, there's a lot of things that have been said to me in private about your private lives. I haven't said a word, and I have no intentions. As you do it to me. It's, you're not okay. You guys see it? It's the ego. They're doing it because that's their problem. It's a reflection. They're the ones that are having problems with it, so they're like putting it in my face. Because it's about me, I don't like it either, personally. But the people in the past didn't mind whatsoever. And they're not being hateful towards me. They're willing to submit. Your ego is getting you killed. We're not. This isn't teamwork. Drake, this isn't teamwork. The answer is no. No. Well. Again, businesses have been sued for less. Musk. Elon, Ellen. Ian. People have been sued for less. Submit, or I will kill you. I'm in my room. You're being too loud. Shut up. I'm not kidding. As you antag... Hey, orange is the new black. Hey, Rihanna. Because I know you did your little music video in my town. I think I found the culprit, didn't I? Rush. I think I found the culprit, didn't I? It's my land. I don't know what you think you're doing. I believe I found the culprit. I believe I found the cunt. Yeah, you got something to say? Say it. You gonna keep looking at me like that? Dodge, dodge. No. 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 Yeah, sports are about the only thing where I'm not like, you're full of shit. Even then, though, there's some situations, like I said before, to me, that seems impossible for you to rig that. Like certain things that happen. I question you. I'm not interested in that. Oh, back to Thomas. Excuse me. What is this? Is this an actual picture of him? Of me? Of my reflection? Oh, he handwritten it. Oh, okay. He really did. I guess that's when they probably only had so many printing presses back then. That was still fresh. Those inventions. So where did he sit? Where was he sitting there? They all sat. Lafayette sat in the other corner. He sat over there. The Boston Tea Party. Everybody's all hooting and hollering. A harp? You played the harp? Oh, the cease and desist. So, as I look at this Thomas Paine, under the underside of the house is blue. Under the siding. It looks to me like he was in the corner. Like, further into the corner. And he would probably sit in the corner and then look to the left out the window. But he was pretty much right next to me. As far as the other room. I would need the actual handwritten, the one he wrote himself, not the one the printing press took over. If which what is what it seems.
connections with her. Yeah, the women are drunk. That England in that time is where America is right now. As far as you've been like he said, we've been conquered. There's nothing else. Like, look at this pretty purse. That's where England is in that time, where America is right now. It's the exact situation to the T. We're not doing war. Hey, military, the next step. I don't know what to tell you. I just gave Congress, all 400 of them, permission to come onto that base and start ripping shit out. I don't know what else to tell you. They can come in there with guns if they want. They have the right to carry guns. I don't know what else to tell you. Like, get lost. You're not welcome here. This isn't a war game. It's not a game, motherfucker. We are not bros. We are not doing business. Like, you're being abandoned. I don't want anything to do with you. You're England in my eyes right now. You have been overran, and here I am. If Alien wants to do something, Alien can do something. Which, I mean, it has been for the most part. But the PS, the DS, the CDS. That's the United States, the PS, when he flips the D to the P. I was trying to figure that out, like where they came up with the United States, because it's clearly my initials. That would probably take some. That's like some National Treasure, Da Vinci Code, something to figure out and do a game with. Anyway. So you've already tried to step in the middle of our conversation, Thomas and I, and he already told you no. He didn't even acknowledge you. He didn't say a word. The gaslighting. Here we go. Anyway. Is this the pamphlet? He looks like... good quote. I never thought about it like that. I remember when he said that. Restraining our vices. I don't relate. I don't know about that. Medieval times. I don't know about that at all. A punisher. He says, some writers have so confounded society with government as to leave little or no distinction between them, whereas they are not only different but have different origins. Society is produced by our wants and government by our wickedness. The former promotes our positively by uniting our affections, the latter negatively by restraining our vices. The one encourages intercourse, the other creates distinctions. The first a patron, the last a punisher. These are the times that try men's souls. Ponder on that for a second. It's hard to imagine. You're a bunch of killers after saying that about medieval. It's hard to imagine. It's the writing is so elegant, and it's everybody, and it deteriorates over time the closer you get to us. But they're like Shakespeare, the way they write. The vocabulary. It's hard to imagine like their vices. That's what they're doing. I don't relate to that at all. Like, this is like you're bearing down on me. Leave me alone. I want my life back. Quit torturing me. I don't relate to that stuff. Our vices. I mean, I guess that can mean other things, but from what I said, that was my perspective. The one encourages. So is this like American England? America would be society, and then England would be the government. That's what he said. The one encourages intercourse. That's the catch. I don't know about that. He was pretty distinct. He was letting us know about his grievances on the England. Philadelphia, Phil's Adolf. Work will set you free. No, no. Addressed to the inhabitants of America. So was he not an inhabitant? My habitat. You're in my habitat, bro. it's not cool. I think that's what he's getting across there. I mean, he's speaking for me, basically. Translating it into Shakespearean. That's pretty much what he did. And they were definitely reading my thoughts. There were times he said it before I said it, as I'm thinking it. There's no way to prove that. I'm not trying to prove that, nor do I care. I mean, I care that you can read it. That's odd. Before it ever happens. The chariot. You see, as they flash, this is what a reflection of the people alive today on the other side, what they're doing. They really don't have a clue how much trouble they're in. I'm step by step. I'm not worried about this stupid ass war game, man. You're not. You are not. You are not. You are not. Military, shut up. I'm not kidding. Shut the fuck up. You know where you're going. Take it. You're a big boy now, right? Take it like a man. You know where you're going. End of discussion. Fuck you. That means stop. I'm not interested in you. I'm not interested. Shut up. Hey. Shut up. Well, that's about all she wrote. Again, I have permission. I fired my warning shots. I know for a fact you saw me. I know I'm not going to stand out there on the side of the road waiting for you. Trying to figure out, first of all, the arc.